And welcome everyone to the finals of the Chess.com Global Championship in Toronto, Canada. Irina, Hikaru is facing off against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What do you think of his chances against the Polish superstar?
Yeah, well, this is a very competitive pairing. I mean, all of these players are elite. I checked Hikaru's games against Jan-Krzysztof. They played a lot, but not so much in 2022. I see one game where Hikaru was white, and that was from the candidates tournament earlier this year. He won in a Najdorf, which is like an opening I would be happy to see repeated. That would be exciting. Before this year, they played a lot of times. They played in St. Louis as well, a match of lots of rapid and blitz. And there's really a diversity of openings between them. It's kind of, I think it's going to depend a lot on what first move Hikaru is going to play.
All right, yeah. I'm very curious to see what he's going to do as well. I think there's a good chance he will go e4. He beat Duda in the candidates, like you said, in a Najdorf. And Hikaru generally likes these type of combative positions. Also, just to let you guys know, the Chess.com Global Championship started out with 64 players. There were 32 qualifiers, including myself. There were also 32 players that were invited based on their rankings. Hikaru is one of them. And right now, it's all narrowed down to the last 8. They had to get through 3 matchups. But now we really have the best of the best battling it out against each other. And they're also playing for a lot of prize money, Irina.
Yeah, the first prize is amazing. It's the largest first prize in a tournament in 5 years, according to chess.com. That's $200,000, guys. Hikaru picked up $150,000 for winning the Fisher Random World Championships last week, I think it was. Yeah, it was very recent. And now he has a chance to go for 200,000. So it's 200,000, 100,000, 50, and 25. So people who are going to lose in the first round are guaranteed to get 25,000. But I think they'll definitely want to aim higher than that. In terms of the openings, yeah, like, you know, Jan-Krzysztof against e4, apart from the Sicilian, which he's been trying out this year, he's also definitely capable of playing e5. That seems to be his main move, as it is for a lot of top players. I've also seen him play the French. And as black against d4, you know, he plays the Grunfeld, King's Indian, Nimzo Indian. I mean, there's a lot of variety there, so it's kind of hard to predict what we're actually going to see on the board right now.
Yeah, for sure. And let me see. I don't see any moves coming through, so let me refresh. Do you see any moves anywhere? But also, let's talk about the other matchups real quick. So we have Hikaru Nakamura against Duda. I have to give the slight edge there to Hikaru, even though Duda is a very tough matchup. Then we have Anish Giri against Timur Rajabov. I probably give the slight edge to Anish, but Rajabov also managed to make his way here through a very tough bracket. He actually beat Jan Pomniachtchi in the round of 16. Anish had a bit of an easier bracket. He knocked out, I think, Ju and June, then Raunak Sadwani, and Pavel Prokratov. So the highest rated player he beat was actually like 26-30. Then we have Wesley So against Andreken. Very, very tough matchup. I would give the slight edge to Wesley, but Andreken has been very impressive this year in the Rapid Chess Championships, and he knocked out Fabiana Caruana. So definitely not an easy day for Wesley, or easy 2 days for Wesley, but I do have to give him the slight edge. And Nihal against Savian, I'll probably go with Nihal. Well, what are your picks?
Yeah, well, that's actually a super exciting matchup, right? Because those two guys are very young. So it's almost like, you know, the junior matchup of the Global Chess Championships. Yeah, well, Nihal, yeah, I agree. He's really impressive. He's had a lot of good results in online chess recently. On the other hand, you know, Sevian is around 2,700. You know, he's also, I think, at the peak of his playing strength and has been doing really well online in these Title Tuesdays and Rapid Championships on chess.com. So I think it's a close match. And Hikaru's game has started. I think we got some sort of, it looks like it was a Petrov, but
so
you still don't have the moves, yeah?
Right, so I picked over real quick. It seemed that it started out as a Petrov indeed. And I think they played this variation with Bishop d3, Bishop e7, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop f5. I think Hikaru played like Rook e1, castles, knight bd2. I think it went something like this. So knight f1, take. Then knight g5 was played somewhere, but I wonder exactly how they got that on the board.
Yeah, it looks like some games. Like I remember seeing Caruana on the white side of this. I guess it's very popular these days to be going into these like symmetric positions where it feels like white doesn't have that much, but then you realize they actually do have some kind of a pull. By the way, we have an interesting opening in Wesley So versus Andraken, which is a Sicilian. So that always makes me happy to see that on the board. Yeah, not it's definitely already an unbalanced position there with black having a big center. So we still don't have any moves, huh?
Yeah, for sure. So let's try to reconstruct. So I think something like knight a6 was played, bishop f4, c6, all of this is theory. Aha, and here h4. Right, I remember this. So knight c7, knight g5, threatening a checkmate. Black goes g6, knight e3 probably. I think he played something like queen d7 perhaps. And somewhere h5.
How do you see it, Benjamin? Are you seeing like the video?
It's on the. I see the live board. I see the live board. So I'm trying to reconstruct, and then
okay.
Knight h3. This seems to be the position we have on our live board. So I guess this is how it arose. But yeah, I don't see the moves coming through, and I think they're working on it. Oh, it just refreshed.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. We'll get that back.
But yeah, all the moves that we discussed actually were played. So let's see what Duda is going to do here. Hikaru has 14 minutes and 17 seconds on his clock. So he spent less than a minute. So I guess he spent a little bit of time. I can't see where exactly. But Duda seems to be the first one who's thinking here. So what do you think Black should do here?
Okay, well, I've never seen this exact position before. So let's try to get down to the basics to understand it. Does look like Black's king is a little bit weaker. The move knight h3, so that was the last move that white played. Interesting, because it wasn't like the knight was under attack, but was he afraid of bishop takes knight and f4, Benjamin? Is that like why the knight is going back to h3? Or is he trying to threaten bishop h6, actually?
I guess that might be one of his ideas, and maybe then the knight coming back to f4. So let's have a look, right? So let's say Black plays something like knight e6, attacking the bishop. Oh, we have a very nice idea. You know what we do? Apparently we take, and we go knight g4, sending the knight to e5.
Wow.
And if you take, then you face a devastating attack. So perhaps that might be Hikaru's idea. And he just makes sure that with this move, Black can never capture this knight, which would enable the queen to join the defense.
Oh, show us why this doesn't work if the knight was on g5. So let's try, put the knight back. Yeah, if we go h takes a knight g4 here, there must be bishop g5, right? And then just knight e4.
And then knight e4, right, attacking the bishop. All right, so that doesn't work. So let's say Black plays a move in the current position like rook a8, right? Bringing another piece into the game.
Yeah.
Oh, knight e6 is already a big mistake. But I just wanted to show real quick, if he goes rook a8, then again, we take a knight g4, and white is a great position. So let's see. If Hikaru is up to the task, I think there's a good chance he will take and find knight g4. It's not the end of the world for Black just yet, because he can just play, let's say, knight f7 to stop the knight from hopping into e5. But white definitely enjoys a pleasant initiative.
Yeah, because of the weakness around the Black king. I mean, I actually think Hikaru will play it because I'm assuming he's kind of familiar with this position, having played this move knight h3. He must be familiar with these ideas. And even if he weren't, I would say it's still very findable over the board, because e5 square is one of the biggest weaknesses in Black's position. Also, Black's king is weak. You know, the white queen points towards the king. So I think even without any special preparation, it's very doable for Hikaru to find this knight g4 idea.
Yeah, so let's look at this line, right? So let's say white takes and goes knight g4. So, okay, so let's say Black takes. We take the pawn on g7, and Black has to block, because if you move the king over, we take on e6, we restore the material balance, and we have a very strong attack. It moves like bishop e5 or queen h5 or rook g6. So Black has to play knight g7. Now we go rook takes e7, Black has to recapture, and now knight g5, sacrificing another piece, but Black cannot stop queen h7. Also, the knight blocks the e4 square, so Black cannot do that. And just to show real quick, if Black takes, we give a check, and we checkmate with only the queen and the knight. It's always a very powerful combination. And Hikaru has captured on g6, Duda recaptured. So let's see if he will go knight g4.
Yeah, I wonder if Duda already recognizes what's about to happen to him. I mean, the problem is after knight g4, knight f7, and the knight getting into e5, right? And then the bishop getting into e5 after the trade. Let's go there. Yeah.
Oh, and so, knight g4 is on the board. He found it. Great find.
So, I mean, it's the problems for black there. It's like the residual weakness of the black king, the weakness of the e5 square, the weakness of the e file, actually, right? So, like, I think, okay, knight f7 is quite logical here, Benjamin, right? Because you can't really let the knight into e5. So let's take a look at that. Knight f7, knight e5, and then this position that we're going to be in soon.
So how bad is this, right? After a move like rook a e8, it looks pleasant for white, but to me, it's also not 100% obvious how white is going to break through. On the other hand, I think there's no way you can ever get rid of this bishop on e5, and perhaps you just pile up the pressure with rook e3 and rook a1, and it feels like sooner or later the black position is going to crack.
Yeah, I like rook e3, and if they go, they don't have f4 because there are still pins in that way. So basically bring your rooks in, and it's so uncomfortable for black here. Okay, let's play a move. I mean, if we go, the problem is that black in a way wants to trade the dark squared bishop and also doesn't, right? Because if he trades him off, he opens up the rooks and, the e5 square. But if he keeps him, the bishop on e5 is also quite strong.
Yeah. The problem is that if you take indeed the rook gets a nice outpost on e5, white is putting a lot of pressure on this knight, and this knight cannot ever move. You would be happy to maybe move the knight, trade off the rooks, but the problem is the moment you move the knight, white is going to bring in his own knight at g5 or f4. This pawn on g6 is terribly weak. White can also go queen g3 to put more pressure over there. So it feels like even though the material balance is equal here, white is so much pressure that he's very close to winning already.
Yeah, let's tell you guys a little bit about the details of the tournament. First of all, they're playing 8 games against the same person in the quarterfinals. So this is not like a 4-game match. It's going to play 4 games today and 4 games tomorrow, but it's considered all a 1 8-game match. So you need to get to 4.5 points. And secondly, the other important detail is the time control. It is 15 minutes plus 2-second increments. And as you probably know, they're not actually playing on a real chessboard. They're playing on chess.com, but in person. And some of them are in person in Toronto, and some of them are in person in, did you say, was it Belgrade, Benjamin, or where are they?
Yeah, Belgrade, yeah.
Yeah. So some of them could not travel to Toronto, so they are meeting up with the arbiters in Belgrade. So that's kind of the interesting format for this tournament, and it's FIDE rapid rated.
Yeah, which is also a new thing. I think this has not happened before, where an online tournament basically, right, is FIDE rated. I think FIDE introduced this rule when they had the qualifiers for the World Cup in 2021, but eventually they decided not to have those events rated. But yeah, this event is called a hybrid event because they play in person, right? They're in Toronto, but they play on computers. So that's why it's called hybrid. It's a mix of online, but also in person.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, yeah, people are wondering why don't they just play on an actual board if they're there in person? Well, I think, it's given, like, first of all, that the sponsors are chess.com and they would like, the event to be played on their platform. I think that is part of it. Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time they're doing that, right? Like getting players together, but actually having them play online. I think that's what took place in the Magnus series of tournaments as well, that, culminated in the event in Miami recently.
Right. So, and we have one question in the chat. Someone's asking, how come they can't take the bishop with the knight? Well, they can take over here, but then that only helps white because he brings his own knight into the game. Black still cannot take this bishop over here because, again, you are going to get crushed after someone like check, and maybe rook e5 and rook h5 is coming. So that taking on g4 is always out of the question. And also, I see Wandering Bishop saying in the chat, did you hear, Irina, that they hired former NSA folks to secure the tournament? How scanned do you think they were?
Wow. Well, I didn't actually know that. Did you know that, Benjamin? Is that like a fact?
I didn't know that, but it is great to hear that they take the fair play of this tournament very, very seriously. I think really that's what you need to do if you want to host a big tournament of, if you want to host a tournament of the skill. So that's very good to hear.
Yeah, well, I think it's good that this issue has been brought to the forefront, and definitely when there's a lot of security measures, everyone feels quite comfortable that there's nothing to worry about when they're playing chess. So it's a little onerous on the players for sure, going through various scans. And of course, most of this is just, the vast majority of this is like a total waste of time. But on the other hand, it does give you peace of mind. So, and takes away any questions. And we don't really want to have cheating accusations, right, flying in the chess world in every tournament. So I think it's a good step.
For sure. And as we speak, we see Hikaru on the live camera here. He's looking very focused. I think he has all the reasons to be happy about the outcome of the opening. He's up 5.5 minutes on the clock. He has quite a bit of pressure. As we said, 95 looks very good to us. And I was wondering, I think Crispy in the chat said that fact was made up, that they didn't actually hire those guys. I mean, I don't know, like, if it's true or not.
Yeah, well, okay, we can find out later. Meanwhile, it's Hikaru's move, and do we expect him to play 95? He's got a nice time edge, Benjamin, right? Like already twice the time of Duda, and that's obviously should make Duda feel very uncomfortable. I would just play 95. I see there's some move like Bishop E5. Bishop E5 is interesting too. You kind of want to go Knight F6, right?
Yeah, Bishop E5 also makes a lot of sense. Maybe Knight F6, as you mentioned. Black still cannot take the knight because now Queen takes G6 will be checkmate immediately. I wonder, by the way, after Knight F7, perhaps here Black is threatening to take because he just added another defender. So let's have a look. Let's say we go Rook E3. Black does indeed take, because if we take Knight G7, these two knights do a very good defensive job. So we have to address the attack on the knight somehow. So perhaps Knight E5 would be a very good way to do so. Bishop E5 is a move, but I don't like the fact that, this knight, Black cannot take it, but it's still hanging in the air. And I do like the fact that with Knight E5, we just solved that issue.
Yeah, I agree. It's more likely he's going to play Knight E5. But like after Bishop E5, what does Black do? Does he allow Knight F6, just saying it's not really a problem? Maybe just plays Rook A8, for example.
Sorry, after Bishop E5?
Yeah, like Rook A8, and let's just see how big of a problem is this Knight F6 move. I mean, White manages to keep the dark squared bishop instead of the knight. It's not so clear what is more valuable in this position, because the bishop is good in a way, but also, he's getting a little stuck there as well.
Right. I think if White could get in Queen G3 to H4, then he could get a strong attack. But Black can do something in the meantime. And actually, as we speak, Hikaru has played the move Knight E5, takes, and Bishop takes. Yeah, again, I think up to this point, he's playing a great game. He seems to have a very nice time advantage, up 4 minutes on the clock. He has a lot of pressure. And let's talk about the time control real quick, Irina. So the players get 15 minutes plus a 2-second increment. So it's always a little bit tricky because it seems like you have a lot of time. But 2 seconds of increment is really not a lot. So it's very important that they will manage their time well. And also on that front, I think Hikaru has all the chances to be happy here.
Yeah, no, he's doing great on the clock. And if he can get Duda low on time, those 2 seconds are not going to help him very much. Meanwhile, Duda just has such a difficult defensive task on the board as well, because, he went to Rook A8, it's a move we mentioned. And so here we were thinking Rook E3. Now, I mean, I guess he could also start with Queen G3 and then go something like Rook E3. That's also interesting. Like, I mean, Queen on G3 is not bad at all. Like, let's say Queen G3, King F7, right? And then Rook E3. So is our queen marginally better on G3 than it was on D3? That's the question.
It's a good question, right? The main question that still remains is, how do we infiltrate with our pieces? I would somehow like to get this queen perhaps on H7, but I can't go to H4 because the bishop covers that square. Perhaps I can just double up. But again, I don't quite see how we're breaking through just yet. So again, I think there's a lot to be said for this. But let's say we go Rook E3, right? Again, like how exactly do we break through? So let's say Black goes King F7. We bring in the Rook, and let's say Black just sits with Bishop to D8. Again, what are we going to do? Maybe something like, what about Rook G3 actually? And then Queen D2 to H6. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Right. Because Black cannot put the Rook on H8, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
That's a big problem. So it's very hard for them to keep out the queen.
And he's just played rook e2, also seems very reasonable. I guess he wants to bring in the other rook, and he wants to make sure that he can still move the queen along the third rank.
Yeah, I think that's very sensible. So what are these G5 ideas in the position? They seem a little bit crazy, right? Moving even more pawns in front of the king, but yet it does restrict a knight on h3. So I guess we can try G5 and see what happens. Like, where are we going with the pawn? G4, knight f4. Well, is that possible? Okay, let's try G4. Let's see what happens when we trade the knights. The problem is that we might not be able to move our bishop here because we're going to lose the f5 pawn in the end. That's a little unfortunate because black in general wouldn't mind trading the rooks. So
yeah, and if black does not have this move, I guess we'll follow up with something like rook e5, maybe bishop h6. And I feel like the pressure on the black king and the pressure on the e file should just be too much for black at some point to handle. You know what could be an idea? Like if black doesn't make a move here, like let's say he goes a6, we go bishop h6, attack the rook, and then after rook f7, bishop g5, black is probably in an eternal pin. I don't see how he can ever get out of this.
Yeah, by the way, Benjamin, we got some moves, and we actually do have this g5 move on the board now. So after rook e2, bishop d8, yep, it happened. Jan-Krzysztof Duda like pushed that pawn to g5. Very double-edged move. Okay, and Hikaru responded pretty quickly with f3. What do you make of this move, Benjamin, this f3 move?
Right, I suppose he didn't want Duda to go g4 and force a knight trade, right? Like, let's say white waits, then black can go g4, force knight f4, and I think black here is very happy to go rook e4 and really neutralize all the pressure white has along the e file, and black is completely fine all of a sudden. So that is why Hikaru played f3, because if you go g4 now, well, white can take, and then he gets this check over here, so you don't want to allow any of this. And so Duda just waited with the move a6, c3, and now rook f7. So I feel like they've gotten into this phase of the game where both players don't really see very useful improving moves, and they're just shuffling around a little bit. Maybe what Duda wants to do is go rook ef8 to make sure that there's never a pin along the e file.
Oh, wow. Rook ef8, and there's no discoveries on the knight, yeah?
Yeah,
I guess that's true. It's a little bit unnatural to move everything off the e-file, but I guess it's possible. It's yeah, okay. Now Hikaru needs to find a plan. So this is the tricky part. Like, is there going to be a G4 move in this position, Benjamin? Because that's the kind of move I'd be looking at for white, like constantly, to see if I could you know, try to pressure black on those light squares, given that he doesn't have a light squared bishop. But okay, Hikaru's playing quickly. Not okay. He's trying to go knight d3. Got it. So he's trying to bring the knight into c5 or e5. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so he played knight f2. I wonder if maybe knight g4 was an idea. So let's say black just waits. Yeah, knight g4 takes with the idea of queen g6, because if the knight blocks, we can take, and if the rook takes, we take this rook over here. So that is perhaps why Duda played knight f8, covering this square, and now indeed queen e2 by Hikaru. So keeping an eye on the pawn in g5, also bring the knight at d3 so it can hop to c5 or the e5 if the bishop moves. And Duda already getting down to 2.5 minutes. Hikaru still has a very healthy 6.5 minutes on the clock. And given the fact that Hikaru also has a ton of pressure on the position, I feel like it's looking pretty tough for Duda.
Yeah, it's definitely looking tough. And I think, you know, even though the computer's edge sort of went down from, you know, at some point from what Hikaru had, I actually think in a practical sense, it's all going well because I don't really see the game getting easier for Duda to play. And yeah, he just played some natural looking move like knight g6. And again, you know, the computer starts to favor white significantly more, knight d3, because obviously you can't take the bishop. And in terms of our ideas after knight d3, Benjamin, are we going to be trying to pull the bishop back or trying to play knight c5? I think knight c5 must be kind of annoying because, well, it was kind of annoying. Now the queen can go to f7.
Right, yeah, I feel like we definitely should go for something like knight c5. I think bishop to g3 is a little too harmless because it allows black to trade. Like, let's have a look. If we go this, I think black just straights, and then probably goes rook e7, gets in more straights. So I think we should try to keep pieces on the board. So I like knight c5, attacking the queen. Let's say the queen moves to f7, right?
Yeah.
And maybe now we can move our bishop out of the way and try to infiltrate through the e file. And if black takes, maybe we go queen takes. And, you know, we can go queen e8. It might force a queen trade, but I feel like we should be able to pick up some material. And that's exactly what he has done. He played the move knight c5 and bishop d6.
Yeah, I've noticed Hikaru is kind of merciless like a computer. You know that? He has that element to play Benjamin.
I can tell you from firsthand experience. Yeah, it's very annoying.
Yeah, it's like I've seen him, you know, really match up with the computer's moves that are not always so obvious. I mean, this one is like maybe you know, understandable, but like I remember watching you know, him beat Jan in that final game at the Fisher Random, and the technique was so good. Remember that rook g8 move is like rook g8, rook h8, like everything was so precise. So yeah, no, I like that element of Hikaru's play. And yeah, here he starts threatening queen e8, just winning the game, winning the bishop on d8. So Duda has to figure out how to deal with that. And, you know, Hikaru, yeah, just like great knight maneuver, and his position just got better and better.
Yeah, and there's only one way to describe it. It's like you make a move and then you pause. And well, you make a move and then you're like, oh, I hope he doesn't play this, right? And then he pauses and then he plays it. And it's so annoying. Yeah. Like, it's really tilting. Because with other players, you know, you're like, oh, I hope he doesn't play that, and then he doesn't. But yeah, with Hikaru, very often that's the case. Bishop e6 has just been played by Duda, which seems to allow the very strong move knight takes b7, with the idea that if black takes, check.
I think, are we going to have rook e6 here? No. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a cool tactic. That's not so. I was going to say rook e6, right? I was looking at the obvious ones, but look at that bishop f8 move. That's really beautiful, like pulling the knight back so you can get your rook to e7 and win the queen. That is a really lovely tactic.
Yeah, I also thought rook e6, but black still has queen f7. But apparently we also sack the bishop, then we go rook e7. And so we give up a lot of material, but it seems that after all these straights, the queen is just going to pick up a lot of pawns, and it's just much better than the rook and the two pieces. So black has to move the king back. We take... But I don't know what. I wouldn't necessarily evaluate this position as completely winning for white. What about you, Irina? I mean, the black pieces, the black pawns are weak. Yeah. I would pick white here every day of the week because, okay, you're going to take these pawns. Maybe you're going to roll these up the board. But again, it's not 100% obvious to me.
Yeah, I agree. You know, rook in two pieces, it seems from the outset that it's kind of balancing the queen. So it's really like the weakness of the black king, the lack of coordination of these black pieces. They're not amazing. It's hard to get the knight into a great position without like opening up the king. And I can definitely see black losing, you know, both c6 and d5, just like a million pawns here. I mean, I think he can lose all of them actually. So yeah, white's better. I think Hikaru will go for that if he gets a chance. Let's see what's on the board. So bishop b6 is on the board, and he is okay. So he's thinking about knight takes b7 now, right? So that he needs to find all of that. But I think there's a good chance. And by the way, so if he would have gone rook e6 in that line after queen f7, he still has to find bishop f8, right? That's like still a winning move. It's funny like that.
Yeah, you have to go for this idea with bishop to f8, where you give up the another bishop to win the queen for your rook. Again, to me, it's not 100% obvious. I wonder if I'm sure he's looking at it and he's wondering, like, where's the knockout punch? Where's the knockout punch? And I'm sure he sees this line, but does he evaluate it as winning? He's gone for knight takes b7. Okay, Duda takes the knight. It's a queen 8 and bishop f8 on the board. I mean, to me, this is very, very impressive to go for this, to see this line and to realize that this is the way to go and this is the way that you get a winning position.
Yeah, no, well, you know, Hikaru doesn't disappoint us. And now he's going to take on g5 and f5. Okay. So he's already got queen and 3 pawns for the rook and 2 pieces. And I think the main threat is just queen c8, right? Like, he wants to be a little careful about allowing bishop g3 because he doesn't want to like get his king trapped. So here he might want to be a bit careful and maybe get his king out to, you know, actually I'd feel a lot safer, Benjamin, if that king went all the way to b3. You know, d3, then b3, and then just get him really far away from those pieces. Okay, so Hikaru also gets the message, and he starts moving the king out.
Mm-hmm.
And now what if they go rook e7 though? I guess I would try that if I were black, just to
That's a good question. Perhaps we just go like king f2 and stop bishop g3.
yeah.
But it's a very good point. If white is not careful and black gets in bishop g3 and rook e7, I mean, you can always check your way out of things, but it'll be really annoying, and it's not easy to get rid of the rook and the bishop. So I like king f1. Duda plays rook e7. Hikaru gives a check, and king f7 has just been played. Right, so let's see what he is going to do. The problem, indeed, for black is, as you mentioned, that the black pieces are not coordinating. Duda is doing a very good job of making sure that he doesn't lose the queenside pawns as well. I think if the c6 pawn falls, black's entire position collapses. And f4 has just been.
It's interesting. F4, he played that so quickly. Yeah, I mean, because I was also thinking about some plans with g3, where you could like try to go g3, king f2, and just restrict the bishop and the knight that way. But f4, yes. I mean, you can also play g3 after that and kind of have that bishop be blocked. There we go. Oh, I guessed a move. I'm so happy. Okay. And now the queen has to go, I don't know, somewhere, anywhere. That's fine. But look at that. It's like, it's not that simple to win, is it?
No, it doesn't look simple to me at all. Again, black has a lot of pieces. He has a rook, a knight, and a bishop. They're not fully coordinated just yet. Okay, Hikaru just goes king to f2. Knight d8. Okay, I guess at some point you do want to push the pawns. Maybe here, because knight f7 runs into f6, which is probably a knockout punch in case of knight h8. We have queen to g7, which is very pretty. If black takes, we take, attacking the knight and forcing the queen. And if black cannot do anything, I think we'll just slowly step up the board and the pawns will become too strong. I think the white really has to make sure that this knight cannot come into the game. I think
that was a big opportunity. But, you know, the thing is, like, Duda is so low on time. Like, there's no real calculation that he can do at all. So that's why Hikaru has that a luxury of not necessarily playing all the best moves. But yeah, g4 here and just g5. I think, oh, interesting. Why does he want to do that? Well, what was the point of that?
I personally don't like c4 at all, and for two reasons. It opens up the rook. It also makes a knight free to move, and especially the bishop, because look at this bishop over here. It's blocked in by white's pawns, and now with c4, he just gives this bishop an avenue to attack. But okay, let's see. I mean, he's still better, but I think right now it's going to become very difficult because black doesn't have any weaknesses anymore. Yeah,
that was a really not an optimal decision for Hikaru, because that side of the board was so stable, and now like actually like look, black's pieces have more checking squares. Knight d4 is not even an option that he had before. So yeah, it's surprising that Hikaru didn't just want to push up that g pawn, because that seemed like a really safe option for him, because now it's like, I mean, the plan is still to win by pushing up those pawns, but it's just so much harder. If you push something g4, they go rook d4, right? And suddenly it's like, we might even lose the game, right?
Right. Yeah, so again, I feel like before this whole trade, all of black's pieces were kind of boxed in. They didn't really have a lot of room to move. Duda gave a check. He's down to 8 seconds. Hikaru down to 1 minute and 10. Okay, so let's see. It's still looking tough for black. Duda. Oh, but a lot of moves came through. Let's, update real quick. So all of these moves were played. Hikaru pushing the A pawn, A6, threatening queen B7.
That's a good
sign. B6 to block.
Bishop D4 he played. Okay.
Bishop
D4. I mean, it definitely looks like white is making progress, right, with that A pawn.
Right. Now it feels like black's pieces are just too tied down. Because like king g3, what do you even do? You go like rook c2.
Yeah.
You're still hanging on, but I feel like after g6, the knight over here is kind of stuck defending this pawn over here. The bishop, he goes king e4. Wait, king.
And just g6. It's just g6. It's simple. Yeah, I mean, actually, black can't move anything right now. So Hikaru, I love that. Queen on b7. And finally, the pawns got moving. Okay, he took advantage of his opponent's time trouble, and Hikaru has won the game. All right, that was a little nerve-wracking at the end when he played the c4 move, but he still got it done.
Yeah, okay, awesome first win for Hikaru. I think he played a really, really good game. Awesome to see. I think just the one inaccuracy is his move c4, which really allowed the black pieces to activate, but it did work out in his advantage in the end, because all of his pawns just became too strong for the black pieces to handle. And it's very instructive here because it seems very nice that all of the black pieces are defending each other. On the other hand, they're also stuck defending each other. And for that reason, they cannot move. And so they become overworked. All right, so very nice win for Hikaru. And we'll see how he will do with the black pieces in the next game. But let's have a look at some of the other games. So we have the game between Wesley So and Andraken. Wesley is a minute. He seems to be winning here. But Andraken is such a swindle master, for the lack of a better word. He always manages to come up. Oh, wait, is this the... Wait, I see the evaluation from Hikaru's game. Wait, let's... Wait.
Yeah, it looks like an absolutely crazy position, by the way. I have no idea what's going on. So white is up a rook, but black has a million pawns, and he's also the white king in trouble.
Exactly.
King c8, so like white is going for perpetual because I guess the black king can't escape. It can't go to b6 because you get mated with rook b4, double discovered checkmate. So I guess this game is ending in a repetition, but it definitely must have been a really wild game to get to this. I mean, what opening? Hold on, Benjamin. Let's say we don't know. Okay, what opening do you think this could be? Oh, well, we actually do know that it was a Sicilian. Yeah.
Well, I actually do know, and also I know what kind of openings Andraken plays, but I'm sure it was this Sicilian Taimanov with a6. So e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, take, knight c6, knight c3, a6.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I guess we can still see black strong pawn structure in the center remaining, but the pawn getting to f3, that's pretty amazing. All right. For sure. Do we have another games to go to since this one is ended in a draw?
So we have Anish Giri against Timur Rajabov. This game just ended in a draw. So Anish seemed to be having an advantage, but he just took the draw in this position. Knight g5 apparently was very attractive for white, but he was down to a minute, so not easy. And
he had a minute and he was actually down a pawn, right? So there was that element of risk. Yeah.
And so Sevian is up 1.5 minutes here. He has the bishop pair, but I think he's facing some concrete problems. If white was able to consolidate here, I think he has great chance to win. But I think the problem is that black is attacking this pawn. And if you go a3, black does not move the knight back. I think he goes to a2, attacking the bishop. And if we go, let's say, bishop d2, then bishop f6. And there's no good way to defend, like b3, bishop b2. And I think this allows black to draw instantly.
Because after a4, what happens there?
Yeah, so I think knight c1, attacking
knight c1
b3 and e2, and we trade, and we have the opposite color bishops. Sevian goes a4, so he wants to make sure that after knight e2, he can, let's say, go bishop f4, bishop f6, and now b3, right? So that bishop b2 doesn't come with a tempo, and black doesn't get bishop b2, knight c1 in. Neil down to a minute, but he should be able to draw this.
Okay, interesting. So white played a4 immediately. So many moves for black, right? Because you could go like bishop f6, threatening knight a2. You could offer the trade of bishops with bishop g5 because it definitely would also be a reasonable move to go into knight versus bishop endgame. But he went for this, and now how does white stop knight a2? So he's got to go. Well, he's gonna have to put the pawn on b3 in the near future, right? So something like bishop d2, the knight moves, and then b3. But the problem is the knight moves to c2, and then it tries to go to d4 with that double attack, like kind of similar to what you showed.
Yeah. So after knight c2, how do we even keep the game going here? Because if we play e3, black might have ideas like knight a1, b4, knight b3. There's still bishop a3, but then we have another idea. We could go bishop e7, followed by a5. So again, I don't think Sam has a good way to keep the game going here. And perhaps he needs to be careful because black right now is threatening to win a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Like white needs to actually be, I think, a little bit careful here, right? Benjamin, in trying to win. It's not the typical bishop pair advantage because he doesn't really have it stabilized. That's the issue. Like if the king were on d3 and he could easily hold the queenside pawns, white would be playing for a win here. But the problem is he cannot deal with the attacks on the queenside pawns easily enough.
Right. So let's see what he is going to do here. Yeah, again, e3, there will be knight a1. He could go bishop f4, go after black's pawns. But again, it does involve a sacrifice. He goes king to f1. Right, so knight a1, what is he planning to do? I suppose b4. And then black does not play here, because now since we have not played e3, we can still go bishop f4. But black has the move bishop c3, attacking the pawn.
b5.
b5. And now knight b3, attacking the bishop.
This a4 pawn becomes a target, but you can just go bishop e4 and bishop c2. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, you're attacking my bishop on c1. Yeah. Okay, bishop a3. Yeah, it's tricky.
Oh. Right, because now if we check, we have to move back, and that's not quite what we want. Nihal played bishop e7, and he's down to 9 seconds.
Right.
If Sevian can stabilize here, he definitely has chances to win.
Yeah. So yeah, I like bishop f4 in a way. Looks nice. There we go. He goes knight, bishop b2 stopping, knight to d4. What about bishop f6 here? I would, if I had 5 seconds, that's what I would play. He did play that. Here we go.
And that's what he does, yeah. Okay, so let's see Sevian. I think the only thing he can do to avoid a repetition is to trade. And then his only hope is to run the king up, but can he actually do that? I feel like black should be able to build some sort of fortress.
Yeah.
Let's see, go here.
Okay, king d2.
It's not that easy. And you know why? Because let's say black plays something like a5. White very often plays the move g4 and stops the move f5 from black. And this pawn on f7 will be a weakness, because if we have a look, let's say it comes down to something like this, right? Let's say black just sits, then all of a sudden white could go here and bishop g8. So things are tricky. Sevian decides to repeat, so let's see how he will try to keep the game going here. He's now also down to 31 seconds. Bishop f6, will he trade?
We might see a repetition. He might not really be confident that he can win this position. But I mean, the time advantage is not significant, I think, when you got like 20 seconds. At that point, there's really no time to think either. It just means you're less likely to lose on time.
Yeah, now he's down to 10 seconds himself as well. So I think there's a good chance he might just take the repetition or not. We'll see. Okay, 5 seconds. He's got to go here. And we see a draw.
Yeah. Logical. I mean, I think it was not so obvious. I mean, yeah, the line that you showed us that where white can play for a win here after trading the bishops, definitely something that he would have thought about in a longer time control. But in a like with the seconds left, I think it was pretty difficult to evaluate all of that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, just to make sure, like, actually, if you take the bishop, right, and what did we look at here? Take the bishop and then do what?
Bishop e4, take the knight, the knight moves.
So you have to look at knight a1 as well, right? So you have to like look at knight a1 because you're kind of forcing the pawns forward, and then like knight b3. Like, is it obvious like why this is so amazing for white? It's really not obvious to me at the moment.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think it's a reasonable finish to this game.
Yeah, Nihal could have also played, let's say, knight d4, taking the pawn in case of b4, maybe f5, taking the bishop, and then you have to find the move e3. I think this is very instructive, because if the bishop moves, perhaps black can go like knight c2 or knight c6, force the pawn forward, but e3 is a very nice move. You take the knight, and so you make sure that your pawns stay on the right.
It's wonderful, and also absolutely no chance that Sevian would have the time to calculate like any of this, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like if black goes knight b4, why is white so much better? Or is he better at all? Because your two pawns are on light squares. Again, yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't feel obvious at all. Maybe black is able to draw, but I think the problem for black is always that some of his pawns will end up on light squares. So at least one of his pawns will be a target. Again, maybe we can try to...
Maybe you should try g4 before. Yeah, g4 seems to be a very important move for white, not letting black play g4, yeah.
Yeah, so black can move in the king.
But maybe black's king is relatively... Oh, but now black's king is better. Oh, well, that's... Oh, but then there's still bishop h7. But then I can go try to defend it with my knight. What about bishop h7? What happens there? Knight d5.
Bishop h7, knight d5. And yeah, as we see, this could also turn in black's favor. Apparently, the right move here to play for a win is h4. I think the idea might be to go f4, h5, and g5. Let's show that real quick. So let's say a5. You might go f4. Let's say black does something like this. We will trade and then go h5 followed by g5. Just an idea. Yeah. Right? I mean, there's probably ways for black to deal with this, but it is tricky.
Actually, Benjamin, can you just go g5 instead of h5? Just go straight up g5 right here.
Yeah, that's actually the way to go.
Make your idea work a little nicer.
Right. And if f5, we just sack the bishop. Right. Yeah, because the knight does not come back in time. So that is why it doesn't feel significant.
Yeah.
The double pawns on black's king side, but it does give white the opportunities, the chances of a breakthrough. But yeah, this round has come to an end. Hikaru wins the first game with the white pieces, and he's actually the only one to win. We saw Wesley's game ended in a draw against Andrekin. Anish draws the first game against Rajabov, and the game between Samuel Savian and Nihal also ends in a draw.
Now, I really like Hikaru's start to this day. It kind of felt like he was in beast mode in this game, really confidently getting an advantage from the opening, getting an advantage on the clock. And Duda didn't have much of a chance in this game, right, Benjamin?
No, yeah, I think Hikaru played a great game from start to finish. Again, that only mistake that we can criticize him for was that move c4. But other than that, I think he played pretty much a perfect game. I thought it was really impressive how he went for this sequence, right? He first sacrifices the knight, then he gives a check. He sacrificed the bishop to win back the queen. All right, and I see this happen so many times that players think like, okay, I sack all these pieces, I get the queen, but in the process, like we said, they've given up too many pieces. But here we see that the queen is simply stronger than the rook, the knight, and the bishop. Also because white picks up so many pawns. So very impressive by Hikaru to go for this and evaluate this position as better or winning for him. We'll ask him after the game what he thought. And then I think he did a great job of increasing the pressure on Duda, which eventually just became too much for the Polish superstar.
Benjamin, before we go on a break, can we take a look at one of our viewers is telling us Wesley missed a mate in 2. And that game did look really crazy, his game against Andrekin. So maybe you can just... What? Where is it? Wait, hold on. Oh no, that is seriously a mate in 2, right? Oh.
And he had 2 minutes. Are you kidding me? That didn't know. There's no way.
No, that's everything is possible in chess, Benjamin. show the checkmate.
Smokes.
Show the checkmate.
Well, this is why you always look for checks we
should give it as a quiz to our viewers, guys. Do you see how white can checkmate in 2 here?
Can you guys play better chess than Wesley? So one person already pointed out the best move, and indeed, Queen A7 check. The king cannot step back to the 8th rank because the rook covers that, the knight covers the D6 square. Wow. The only legal move you have is Bishop B7, but you just take, and that is checkmate. So quite shocking that Wesley missed that. He played Rook D4 and defending the knight. Again, we talked about this before, that Andrekin is such a swindle master.
Wow.
Actually, after the move Rook D4, black is completely winning. He played the move F5. This allowed a repetition.
Can I tell you what I was thinking, Benjamin?
What? He allowed it again.
Oh, wow. Okay, but now it's a lot less obvious. It's a lot less obvious. If you miss it the first time, you're definitely going to miss it here.
But, I mean, I think this is very findable. I would...
Yeah, it is a check,
count on myself to find this with 2 minutes on the clock. It is a check.
I agree. But if you had like 10 seconds on the clock, then it's fine not to find it, right? Like 2 minutes is a lot. You can definitely look at all your checks. You know what I was thinking, Benjamin, when I saw this position, I was thinking that mate in 2 is Queen A7, King D6, and Rook D8. And then I was like, no, King D6 is not illegal.
Right, yeah,
but
exactly.
I was going to mate you anyway.
Someone asks why not King F or why not Knight F6? Well, if you go Knight F6 check, black just moves out of the way, and now your queen is pinned, so you lose the queen. Sorry. After Rook D4, and Andrekin was actually completely winning had he played something like Queen takes C2, putting more pressure on the knight. In some situations, you could even go into the endgame because you have so many pawns, right? I mean, like let's have a look, right? Let's say something like this happens. There's a checkmate, but even if you do something like this should be winning for black because you block the pawns for the moment, but there is another set of pawns moving down the board, and eventually these 4 pawns are simply going to win black the game. He played F5, adding another attacker to the knight, but as we said, he allowed Rook takes D5, and with Queen A7 to follow, he would still lose the game.
It's a slightly longer mate, Benjamin. You can just show it because it's like he takes D5, King E6, and then Rook E8, and then...
Yeah, so if black takes with the E-pawn, you give a check. And if King E6, then Rook E8 is checkmate. If black checkmate takes with the C-pawn, then again, check. I guess, yeah, I would give a check here. And if King B7, then Rook G7 leads to a checkmating attack one way or another. And you can take with the rook and then block with the queen, but then white plays rook g7, wins the queen, and he's going to checkmate in the next couple of moves. So big miss for Wesley, also big miss for Andrejkin in this position. And this game ends in a draw. So yeah, with all that being said, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have a look at the second game where Hikaru will try to hold on to his lead against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We will see you guys after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Global Championship Finals in Toronto, Canada. And we are already off to game number 2. So young Krzysztof Duda, he's 1 point behind, and he decides to go for the Catalan opening against Hikaru's Nimzo. So G3, and Hikaru goes for a bit of a silent. He takes up on a C4 and goes knight BD7, short castles, and C6. Irina, are you familiar with this variation?
Nope, not so much, Benjamin. Actually, the Catalan is one of the things for white that I never really tried, although I'm starting to appreciate it more now that I see players like Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi like really added to their repertoire. So given how these guys are such fans of this opening, I think I might want to take another look at it. It always seemed like weird to me to be fianchettoing my bishop when I can just do a perfectly central strategy, you know, with knight c3. But okay, yeah, I mean, the Catalan's very popular these days. I thought it might be one of Jan Krzysztof Duda's choices for today. Like I did think based on their previous encounters that he was more likely to play d4 and Hikaru would do some kind of a queen's gambit, or I guess in this case, he was doing a Nimzo move order. But here we are. So white has not gotten the pawn back. And I guess he wants to go e4. And, well, I think he wants to go e4 and queen e2 to try to get it back. It generally seems to be white's plan on these lines is to build up that big center, use the fact that black's pawn has moved away from d5. What do you think, Benjamin?
Yeah, I mean, this is also another strategy that white can adopt, play e4, queen e2. But I generally believe that if white does not get the pawn back, black has chances to be better. I think after a5, there were some games. I mean, maybe it was something like queen c2, black plays the move b5, and there's a taking the rook, and then something like knight e5 by black, knight c3. I don't quite remember exactly what's going on, but this is a critical continuation. But Duda plays the move knight c3. Also, Hikaru has never played this before, as far as I know. I think generally against the Catalan, he's always played the bishop e7 line, and after bishop g2, castles, castles. This is also what I had against him in the Rapid Chess Championship. He's really been playing this move b5 lately. a6 is the classical main line. But b5, it does involve a pawn sacrifice, because after a4, he's played bishop e7 here, and now takes. And black is down a pawn, but he gets a lot of quick activity. But it's very understandable that Hikaru didn't want to repeat this line and just tell Duda, like, okay, show me your preparation. Anyway, let's go back to the game. So after knight c3, he's played the move bishop e4. So that tells me that he wants to stop the move e4.
Yeah, makes sense. So now if white goes queen c2, trying to renew this threat, well, I think white will push through this move, right? There's no real way to stop it. So queen c2, just very logical here. Castles and e4. So the question is, do we have ideas like e5? Yeah, I wanted to ask that because it's a very common response to strike back in the center when your opponent is building up a space advantage. And I guess the idea is after DE, we're going to go knight g4 and get the pawn back. And potentially black will just have a really nice position here.
Yeah, I think if we can get the pawn back, black will have a great position. I mean, then the bishop is also free to move, because if we have a close look at the position here, that seems to be black's one problem piece. Can he also consider queen e7 followed by e5? Maybe now white has time to go, let's say knight e2, pressure the bishop, hit this pawn over here. So let's see what is going to happen. Hikaru did castle, and Duda played a knight a2 right away. So attacking the bishop and this pawn on c4. Maybe what Hikaru needs to do is play a move like bishop d6, so that if white takes now, he can play the move e5.
Yeah, e5 is very thematic, and certainly when I see the knight on a2, it definitely makes me want to open up the center. It's literally like the biggest clue. Always try to counter in the center when your opponent's pieces are getting pulled out of there. So here, yeah, I mean, knight a2 and bishop d6. I mean, I don't see what else like white's going for. I think Hikaru will get this position, and black is just very solid here. I really like the pawn on a5 as well. Very nice to, you know, if you imagine you have this position, Benjamin, and black's pawn is back on a7, and white could like potentially have a pawn on a5. Okay, then black is a little cramped, right? But with the pawn on a5, it's really an ideal little detail because it gives you the b4 outpost, make sure that you don't, your b7, c6 pawns are untouchable. And yeah, black is super solid here.
Yeah, 100%. I think this inclusion definitely favors Hikaru. So let's have a look at the position after knight a2. What else could he do? So we like to move bishop d6 because we drop the bishop back and we prepare to move e5. We could also maybe consider to move knight b6, but I think this is going to be a little bit risky because I think there's a good chance.
Yeah.
Right, there's a5, and I think there's a good chance White will get the pawn back anyway. And Hikaru has actually gone for something else. He played the move b6. So his idea is that if Duda takes, he wants to go bishop a6, attack the queen and the pawn on e2. And I guess if Duda takes here first, perhaps, does he still want to go bishop a6? But how does this work out, right? I mean, we get the pawn on e2, but White has two bishops, and we have these double pawns on b4 and b6.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how he thinks this is all right for Black, so bishop a6, because he's playing against the isolated pawn, and if he can get the knight to d5 and the rook to c8, he's totally fine. So it's really a matter of tempo. Yeah, b6, I mean, it's a very understandable move. To me, bishop d6 was just like really nice and natural, but this is possible too.
Yeah, so let's see what Duda is going to do. I like the fact that Hikaru is up 1.5 minutes on the clock again. He's really trying to keep up the pace. And it's really quite a switch in time control. At the official Random World Championship, it was very close to classical, actually, in a way, because they had 25 minutes for the first 30 moves, then an additional 5 minutes and 5 seconds of increment after move 30. But here it's 15 minutes plus 2 seconds. So normally you would think that maybe he would need an adjustment, but he's playing very fast, very confidently. But I don't know, this move b6 could... it also weakens his pawn on c6, so maybe White can try to go for something like knight e5 down the line.
Yeah, knight e5. So, I mean, okay, he'll probably be taking this bishop. It's hard to imagine him, like, not taking the bishop on b4. So if we go down that line, let's try that again.
Right, so let's say he takes on b4, you capture with the pawn.
Then you got to take on c4. Bishop a6, like all of this is forced now. Yeah, you're gonna take on not on b4 because then that's like a worse pawn to take. You keep Black's pawns together. Right. So you're gonna take on c6. Yeah, here Black feels pretty solid to me. I mean, despite the computer's evaluation, I feel like Black must be very solid here. I don't think White would be making that choice. So if White's gonna be going for this, he'll be taking the pawn on c6. And then let's see if there's any real problem. Okay, actually, you know, he played knight d2, so let's just cut this short because he did something totally different.
So this makes a lot of sense. So he wants to take on c4 with the knight, and he's also opening up his bishop. So let's see what Black needs to do here. Right, so let's say we go knight e5. I guess White takes here and has a very pleasant advantage. He can follow it up with e4, taking the knight. So what else can we do, right? So perhaps what we can do is give up the bishop for the knight first if White recaptures.
Try to protect our pawn, maybe.
And now knight e5, because if White takes again, we have bishop a6. And if White takes, I guess we take here, and we should be all right, I think.
Yeah. Because we're always going to have knight 7 to f6, and we just hold d5. Yeah. Knight on d5 is really, really powerful, so we always have that as an option.
And this is actually also an interesting option here because we attack this pawn, and if White protects it, we have rook c8, trapping the queen. Because we take away the d6 square, right? If we go rook c8 here, White can still go to d6. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Apparently, bishop takes d2 is his only way to retain the balance here. Otherwise, he will get a significantly worse position.
I'm curious about, Benjamin. So bishop takes d2, bishop d2. Is bishop a6 like a bad move? Because it's, you know, very natural as well. Like, is that a bad idea and why?
I think this should give White an advantage because he will take on c6 and then just drop the bishop back because the pawn on c4 remains on the board, but this pawn seems to be rather weak. White can maybe try to put his knight on b5 to block this bishop out of the game. And he can build a big center. Hikaru, by the way, has captured.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Oh, so something happened. He played knight d5. Yeah. Oh, so he did. He went for your move. Yes. So he took on
but go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say in that final position we were looking at, there was this fascinating move, knight b8, trying to go for the b4 square, and it was still interesting. But okay, there's no need for that when you can just go knight d5 here. Sure. If White cannot comfortably capture back on c4, you don't really need to start off with playing bishop a6.
Yeah.
So Hikaru's next move, if he can move again, wow. So he just goes to e7 really fast. And again, the c4 pawn cannot be captured because of bishop a6. Now, is he just going to go and defend it here with bishop a6 after rook d1?
I think he will, because for the moment he is up a pawn, it seems that except for black being up a pawn, white pretty much has everything, right? White has the two bishops, he has a center. So I feel like we have to hold on to this pawn to at least have something to show for all of that. So I think we need to go bishop a6, and that is exactly what he did.
The only question, was could he have also played b5, which definitely looks more risky as well. But bishop a6 is a solid looking move. And what do you think we want in this position for black, Benjamin? I mean, our pieces are kind of tied down. White has all the space. How are we going to break out of this? Like, for example, are we going to go queen c7 and e5 ideas, queen c7 and c5? I don't think so. I think e5 is interesting. I think we might see white playing f4 at some point in this game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think black should definitely go for a pawn break at some point to put pressure on white center. So I like the idea of queen c7 and e5, or maybe c5, maybe move a rook to d8, or the other rook, the f rook to d8, and maybe the other rook to c8. White can try to go f4. That exposes his king a little bit, and maybe that will make the move c5 more attractive for black. But if you go c5, I think you always have to be careful of the move d5. White opening up this long diagonal, and maybe d6 becomes a move. Hikaru, by the way, up 3.5 minutes on the clock. Again, he's putting that pressure on Duda. But let's have a look. Let's say white plays something like bishop e3, and we go queen c7, right? I mean, white could at any moment try to go bishop f1, but then again, perhaps maybe your move b5 to just hold on to this pawn. Duda, instead of that, goes bishop g5. But I wonder, like, what does he want after h6? Because you don't want to trade, right, on e7. And also, you can go back to e3, but I don't think move h6 is a weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's trying to say that, like, maybe he'll sack something there one day. But overall, I feel like it's harder for white to play this position. It's they still have to show compensation for that pawn. Black is very solid. But bishop f4, you see, that's a good move, right? He's trying to stop queen c7 and e5. That was pretty clever by Duda, because now Hikaru's queen has some issues. Like, where do we take that queen?
Exactly, that's a good point. And if we saw the last game between Wesley and Andreken, where Wesley missed a bit of a ladder checkmate there at the end with queen a7. But looking at Duda's camera, I'm sure he will not miss any ladder patterns in his game. So he goes bishop f4, knight f6 by Hikaru, maybe b5 at some point.
Yeah. I think he went knight f6 to stop bishop d6, you know, because there were like ideas of bishop d6 and e5 on the board. So I think that's what this move is about. Now there's no bishop d6, and maybe Hikaru will just go queen d7, rook d8, something like that. And I still don't like the queen on d7. Like, I really wanted her. Maybe knight h5 does Hikaru ever have, but then there's bishop e5, right? Then there's f6. Okay, it becomes very very chaotic.
The one drawback of the move knight f6, okay, so it stops the move d5. On the other hand, now we can never really break ourselves anymore. So Hikaru goes knight g6, bishop e3, maybe knight g4 here. I guess the bishop will drop back to c1. If you don't go knight g4 here, white will go h3. And probably he can do that anyway. Like, let's say go knight g4, the bishop goes back, maybe knight f6. White can repeat, but he can also go h3 and then bishop e3 back on the next move. And Hikaru decides to go queen to c7.
Yeah.
But let's say Duda plays h3. What are we going to do exactly with black?
It's time to look at e5, right? Like, that's, I mean, e5 probably runs into d5, but I think we should take a look at e5 ideas.
So after h3, e5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so white could play. Let's say white
I gotta
goes
say
d5.
here, like, I see one move the computer is offering is like b3. That's just not going to happen, right? That's just like, what is that? Like, if that's the problem with e5, like, it's okay. I'll take it. I'll play e5 anyway. I mean, b3 is not even a problem. It's just like some sort of move, but it's like extremely unnatural, I would say, for white to think of it at this precise moment. Like, it's just, well, it's doable, but it's not the most obvious choice for white. And what else can white do on e5?
It's a very good question. Yeah, to me, b3 doesn't seem natural at all. I think white can maybe go pawn at d5, and I think probably we just take, and since d6 is a threat which also attacks the rook, probably something like rook 88. Again, the move b3, well, to be fair, the move b3, the idea is that after the trade, the pawn on b6 becomes a target, but again, it doesn't come natural to me either. So let's see what Duda is going to do. Duda is already falling down to 5 minutes. Hikaru, again, having a big edge on the clock. But again, to me, the move h3 looks natural because you make sure that knight g4 is never a move anymore. And, you know, maybe down the line, you know, a check on the back rank won't be as devastating.
Yeah, okay, so Duda actually has f4 as well, right? This move that just totally stops e5. So, okay, he went for h3. Well, let's see. I mean, is Hikaru on the same page with us? Is he going to go? So e5, d5. Do we have any better moves there, Benjamin? E5, d5, right? So, okay, taking and blocking the pawn with the queen, huh? So that we don't get d6 in our face, yeah.
Yeah, so of course we're not forced to take, okay, he goes rook 88, very logical, just sitting. But now your idea, f4, which has just been played by Duda, stopping e5 forever. c5 also seems to be out of the question because white will take. And you have double isolated pawns on the c file, also an isolated pawn on a5. So this seems very ugly. Maybe knight b5 right away from white, blocking the bishop, and then you can regain the pawn on c4. And now I don't see what Hikaru is going to do. He could, of course, sit, but white is going to slowly but surely improve his position.
Benjamin, you know, it's like when I see that massive pawns on d4, e4, f4, and I'm like, we don't have a single square for our knights, and we don't have a break in the center, it definitely starts to feel scary to me. And, you know, Jan Krzysztof Duda, he is a good attacking player. He likes the initiative. So I can see him, like, you know, playing g4 here, no problem. Benjamin, he might go g4, you know, queen g3, h4, and then g5. I mean, I know it's just one way of moving the pawns, but I mean, that's basically the idea that white has. Like, white just going to switch over all his attention to the king side now. The bishop on a6 is out of the game. And yeah, I'm kind of concerned for Hikaru. I feel like, you know, he played quickly, but maybe that was a critical moment.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what he will do here. Yeah, queen f2 makes a lot of sense by Duda. Perhaps d5 is an idea, attacking his pawn on b6, which would also, the term is skewer, right? Skewer the queen and the rook. But also, I like what you said, maybe just g4 and you start storming on the king side, right? So let's say you go knight d7, maybe something like g4, then h4, g5, and black's extra pawn on the queen side is not really felt. It blocks in his own bishop. He can go b5, try to use his majority, but I don't really see how that will be useful. Hikaru plays the move knight d7. Again, he's still up 2.5 minutes, and he's always super tricky. He always finds a way to hang on or create tricks out of nowhere, but I am a little bit concerned for his position because also I don't really see a plan for black.
Yeah, you know, the problem is that when you have like the extra pawn on the queen side and your bishop is tied down to it, but the action starts on the king side, it's like you're playing without a piece. Right. So I think it was just like I liked everything he did, but I just really feel like he needed to be careful with this f4 idea because, you know, white has just built up such a dominating space advantage. It's one of the things I hate the most, you know, is like to give my opponent. I never even do give my opponents a space advantage like this, Benjamin, because it's like something I'm so afraid of. Right. But I often get those kinds of things with white. At least it's what I aim for. All right, it's kind of like the cornerstone, I guess, of my chess game is this appreciation for space. And here we go. So Duda is going with his pawns, but Hikaru actually has a break with c5 because now his knight supports that, but he went for a different break.
Right, so he played f5. So after knight d7, yeah, Duda played e5. So he opens up the scope for his bishop, but he also gives away this square on d5 and a square on f5. And after knight d7, he played a g4. So he wants to go f5 and try to break through on the king side. And Hikaru played f5 very quickly. His idea is that if Duda takes, he can recapture with the knight, which has a nice, it's not quite an outpost, but a square on f5. If black takes en passant, then he takes with the other knight, and the knights do a very good defensive job. So let's see what Duda is going to do. He could, of course, decide not to take it all and maybe bring in more pieces, something like king h2, rook g1, move the bishop out of the way, and start to create pressure along the G file, but Duda already getting now to 3 minutes. And also we got a question in the chat. Someone asked, why is clock so low for Duda? Well, I think it's probably because Duda spent time, and that's why he has now less time on his clock. But that's just my guess. What do you think, Irina?
Yeah, you know, Benjamin, also, I want to say, doesn't F5 remind you very much of a French defense kind of move? Like we see this structure a lot in the French, you know, where black is a pawn in F5, white starts to attack with G4. But overall, you know, I'm going to tell you, no matter the evaluation, I'm feeling a bit more positive about Hikaru's position because, I mean, at least he stopped white's onslaught of pawns. And so the evaluation, yes, it still favors white, but I'm going to say that I feel like the trend is not going badly for Hikaru. Although, you know, now C5 is totally out of the question because white just plays D5 and we can probably resign there. That's still a problem. You know, the knight on D7 bothers me, Benjamin. Just highlight that knight on D7. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I don't really see where this knight is going. It's really all its squares are taken away. There were actually some other theories in the chat. Some people were saying that Duda is low on time because people kept spamming in their prime. After F5, Duda played the move Rook D2, Rook F8, and now King H2. So he's following our idea of bringing the Rook in the G1. Again, he covers up a pawn, but as you said, I don't really see what he's going to do. And really, this knight on D7 is a big problem. And now, even though Duda is low on time, his moves will come in easily. Like Rook G1 is a move you can play in 1 second.
Yep. Yeah, that's the problem. No, Hikaru's going to need to be tricky here. He will, because still problems with the counterplay. He's got to just defend the king side, like moves like knight f8. I guess I would go knight f8 because, I mean, the knight's doing nothing anyway. So you might as well go knight f8, hope that it's going to be useful there. I mean, I think it's a pretty decent square for the knight. But yes, it is a passive position for black.
Yeah, so let's see. I like knight f8, right? Bring the knight into defend because it didn't really have any other prospects. I guess maybe we can go to g6 or maybe h7 just to sort of sit there and bring the other rook into f8. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He still has a 3-minute time advantage. Why does Hikaru have every pawn? My guess is because Duda has not captured one. Yeah, exactly. Adventurous is a genius.
Yeah. How do they know you're not cheating in online tourneys? Well, that's the thing, guys. Those people are all playing in person. They're playing on the computer, but in person. So it's pretty clear they're not going to be cheating. They're not like sitting at home and playing games, you know, from their bedroom. But you know, even if they were, you know, the policies is that you have like 2 cameras on you from the front and from the side. And so, of course, even if you are playing from home, there are ways to monitor you and make the prospect of cheating harder.
Yeah. And yeah, I think also in Toronto, I watched a video from Danny yesterday. He said that the players have to go through very thorough checks. I think no medals or anything like that, like jewelry is not allowed, or jewelry might be allowed, like rings, but again, it will have to go through a scan. Players are actually allowed to bring their own mouse. Of course, that will also have to be checked. Hikaru just played the move King H7, but yeah, I'm sure that they're really doing everything they can to make sure that fair play is in place.
Yeah. There was something I was going to say that I completely forgot, Benjamin. It was something to do with the chat, but okay. Anyway, here we go. King H7. Hikaru, well, yeah, his position's not getting better. That King H7 move is sort of an acknowledgement that he doesn't really know what to do. But again, White's still going to have to make progress here. So he tries bishop F3. I wonder if he's going to be doubling up on the G file, Benjamin, if he's going to move his queen out of the way somewhere, like maybe even Queen H4, actually, at some point. Queen H4, Rook G2, Rook DG2. Yeah, Hikaru is really trying to like hold things there. Okay, I mean, G6 makes sense to me. It definitely doesn't look that easy to break through for White.
No, this is a typical Hikaru position where he's just sitting and holding on for dear life. So Queen H4 has just been played. I think he wants to go G5. So I was thinking maybe to move Rook G8, but that could actually be a mistake. He goes Rook H8 just to show real quick. If Rook G8, perhaps this would allow to move G5 from White.
And then maybe a sack on H5. Yeah, there's a sack, isn't there?
And definitely Yeah, and Black gets checkmated. So Rook H8 makes a lot of sense. Rook DG2 by Duda and Knight F8. I mean, again, he's really holding on for dear life.
Guys,
I don't
this
see
is
quite
why you
how...
gotta fight for space earlier in the game. You know, so you don't have to hold on like this, you know, on the back rows. By the way, I remembered what you were what I wanted to say. You were asking like what would we play in our Spotify list? You know, if we could have one, because the players are allowed to listen to music, amazingly enough. I don't know what the idea of that is, but okay. They're allowed to listen to music, and they can have their own playlist. So mine would definitely be absolutely empty, guys. Like I have never played chess with music on. I don't know how it would help me concentrate, but I know some people are totally fine with it. But you know, yeah, I'm just not one of them.
Yeah, actually, when I played in the Pro Chess League finals in 2019, it was actually their last live in-person event in San Francisco. There was also the option to play Spotify, and sometimes I would just listen to something that's very relaxing just to relax, to concentrate during the game. I don't know necessarily if it helped me or not. I don't know about the players. I think generally I feel like, yeah, when I stream and I try to play seriously, I turn off the music. So I would be surprised if the players do have music running right now. I know that Hikaru, when he's streaming, he very often has music on.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the same here. Maybe he has his classic playlist. In the meantime, Queen F2 has been played by Duda. And Hikaru now also getting under 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He still has a time edge. The one thing that is tricky for Duda is that his position looks very good, but he might get a little frustrated as to how exactly do you break through, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's got like the tougher job in the sense that he has to find a plan with his minute and 15 seconds. Hikaru doesn't have to have too much of a plan, although I can see like Hikaru, like maybe does he want to play C5 at some moment? Probably still not yet. I mean, it sort of looks like maybe he's got his eye on that idea, so it can happen, but probably not yet at the moment. I mean, it's amazing how Black has brought like everything to the king side, kind of passive looking, but also pretty good from a defensive point of view. And, you know, if White goes H4, then Black will probably capture, play Knight F5. What do you think? H4 is an interesting move for White.
Yeah, H4 is definitely interesting because White wants to go H5 to create contact with this pawn on G6, which would really ruin Black's structure. But he goes Queen E2. He's just going after the pawn on C4. I mean, do you go Bishop A6? If you go Bishop A6, White can even consider the move B3 because this pawn is pinned because it will hang your bishop.
Yeah.
And if White is able to take on C4, the material will be equal. He will really control every single square on the board, and then it's looking really bad for Black. So maybe what Hikaru needs to do is play a move like Knight D5 with the idea that if White takes, you take the bishop over here. And actually what's pretty funny, this pawn on C4 is Hikaru's only piece that is on Duda's side of the board. But actually when I say that, I realize that Duda also only has one pawn.
He just gave up that pawn, Benjamin. He just decided not to protect it at all. Interesting. And then just goes, wow. Oh, what is he going for here? Is he...
Oh, after Duda takes, he wants Knight D5, taking the bishop, and Queen H4 actually threatens checkmate.
Wow, that's pretty tricky of Hikaru, especially to land on Duda with like him having 30 seconds on the clock. But Duda, okay, he takes with the rook, which is the right way. He didn't fall for that. And then I'm a little concerned, okay, like Knight E4, Knight F6 at some point. But all right, Hikaru got the knight to the outpost. That does look impressive. Well, it's his only impressive piece. So now just Bishop F2. And now, yeah, Hikaru's going for it. Look at that. Like, not necessarily the best moves, but he's definitely trying to make things like very sharp right now. So he's going to have to show his blitz skills.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't know about the move B5. It weakens this C5 square. I mean, maybe I can go Knight E4 to C5. I don't see what you're going to do there. His pieces defend this pawn on G6, but they're so passive because C5 being played now takes rook takes. Duda getting down to 19 seconds. It messy,
you know, right.
That's also what I think
for this situation. He just needs to keep kind of, but it's, you know, I don't know if he has enough of a time edge to also navigate this properly, but we gotta hope, right? I don't know. Knight E4 to F6 is such a big threat by White. Man, that scares me. That scares me. I mean, Rook G8, Knight D7, but White also just wants to take on C5 at some point.
How is he? And Knight F6 is now on on Duda's agenda. I don't know what he's gonna do. I mean, maybe rook f7 and you just take the knight. Okay, he goes queen b8. So if check, I guess just move the king and you're not getting checkmated right away. Knight d6 being played by Duda. He wanted to take this pawn over here. You have to move the rook. Where do you go? Like
there's rook g6. I mean, that's the whole issue, right?
Yeah, and now if we look at the position, Duda is up a pawn and he has all the activity. Rook g8, Hikaru again trying to hold on for dear life, but is it going to be enough? Knight e4. Okay, knight d7 has to be played.
Knight d7 would be, my choice.
There it is.
Okay.
But 13 seconds for Duda. He does have the 2-second increment, but it's not easy.
It's the time still, right? It's like the time is the key element here. Of course, white is winning, but can Hikaru just keep it sufficiently complicated? Because, this is not the most winning position in the world, guys. There are tactics, like who knows, maybe knight takes e5 will happen one day and doesn't work right now. Doesn't work yet, man.
Yeah, queen c4, good move by Duda taking the pawn. And now Hikaru getting out of 15 seconds. Queen b7, so if white takes, you take the knight on e4. Right, queen c6 played by Duda, rook b8.
That's not annoying, yeah.
If Hikaru can get one of his pieces activated, there might be chance. Okay, Duda trades. That's quite a concession. Knight c3. Okay, how can Hikaru activate though?
Like there's g5, pawn takes, and knight e5. There was that. It was knight
b6. He wants to start jumping with the knight.
It's kind of tricky, isn't it?
Oh wait, knight c4. Knight c4.
Yeah, like
this
knight
pawn.
takes b2 or something. All right.
Oh, rook d7, great move.
Knight b2,
wait, knight c3 and rook. I goes rook d2.
Okay.
Oh, rook g2, but okay, knight e4, knight b6 only move.
Knight b6. Oh man, he has got to find it. It's so difficult. Come on, Hikaru. Come on, come on.
I guess rook c2.
All right.
No, not over. 3 seconds for Duda. What is he gonna do? Okay, check. Knight e3.
Okay, like they're down to seconds, guys. It's totally random. Anything can happen now.
This one I'm saying. Okay, knight f6 is a mistake. King g7. It's anyone's game now.
Right, because I mean, white's pieces got stuck on the king side, like while everything is actually going to happen on the queen side.
Oh, b6, great
amazing.
Move.
Oh man, you got that.
And now the rook
finally.
comes in.
Picked it up.
Exactly.
Oh man, can Hikaru win this position? Can he go to like f7 with the king? G5. I think G5. Just okay. Yeah.
King G6. Oh, Hikaru's becoming active now, and the rook comes in. I think if anyone's playing for win, it's black.
Yeah,
the
King F5. Yeah. Otherwise, you might get mated. Well, you probably don't, but yeah, go to F5. Wow.
King G4.
He's totally safe now, right? Totally safe.
Yeah. For sure. And given the fact that Hikaru is the better blitz player, okay, he's apparently winning now. Wait, rook d7, king c6.
Right, he won a pawn. He's up a pawn.
Oh,
I got no idea how it's winning. But here we go.
He wins another pawn. Okay.
It's not so clear though, because the guy's going to win on a5. But knight e3, maybe. Can you do something? I don't know about that.
Wait, he's thrown it. He's thrown it a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, he apparently had a way to win. h5 takes rook b4. You cannot stop the checkmate. But he went here. He's still up a pawn.
Yeah, that's still okay. He's got more time on the clock. It's just like, who's got those better blitz skills now? He still has chances to win. Of course, it is a draw, but I mean, white has to make it.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see how Duda will try to hang on. I mean, Hikaru is definitely the better blitz player. So king e7, king d6. This knight does not have a good square. Knight b7.
King d5.
Okay, maybe king d5. Okay, maybe a check. But then king c6. Still tricky. 7 seconds for Duda. He goes king g2, e5.
Okay, sure. King d5, king e4 seems okay, and king f4. Yeah, maybe you can mate. You can mate white. I mean, you seriously have ideas of rook e2. Come on, rook.
Knight f7 looks really off to me. I mean, apparently rook g3 or e4 is when he goes h5, rook a6. He wants to give a check here. Rook g3.
All right, Hikaru, come on, you're so close. No
e4
draw.
Now.
No draw.
And check king e3, e4, great move.
Okay.
I think he's got this one.
Nice. Pawn is making progress. We got
rook a4, but now check.
Yeah, check is good. Yeah. Maybe knight f3. Okay.
Oh, knight f5, and this knight is kind of dominated.
Beautiful. Yeah, the knight cannot come into.
Oh, and then king f3.
He's seriously going to get a checkmate. He's just going to queen that pawn.
Yeah, it's just going to queen the pawn. And king d3 doesn't even rook d1.
Oh man, that was beastly. It's just beastly.
Yeah, and he has completely turned this one around, and Hikaru wins game number 2 as well, taking a 2-0 lead.
Oh man,
what a win!
Oh man, Benjamin. I mean, this is the kind of thing where if I was Duda, I would just be so frustrated. I would just be like, I really lost this position. I mean, but the thing is, like,
Right.
yeah, against Hikaru, it can happen. He's just, when it got down to the seconds, like you could just feel that, somehow he was able to navigate that better. It's not like Duda played badly. He played great to beat most chess players in the world, but against Hikaru, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Hikaru just kept hanging on, and when both players were low on time, he was just able to better navigate the complications. And we saw on Duda's face when he stood up, he had a bit of an expression like, "What was that?" Hikaru also, he was shaking his head. I guess he was not happy about the quality of the game, but of course, very happy to get the win here, which is a big step towards qualifying to the semis. I mean, there's still 6 more games to go, but you only need to score 4.5 points. So another 2.5 points, and he'll make it through.
Yeah, Irina loved that one. That's right. When you see someone do something that you can't do, it's really pretty cool. Like, I understand like the task that he had, guys, and that's the truth is that Duda, like when you think about like, well, what should have Duda done in this game differently, Benjamin? Honestly, he did pretty well. Like you can't really, like it's not that. I mean, he built up a big edge. He on the board, yeah, he was a bit lower on the clock, a bit lower, right? Like, I mean, against Hikaru, I guess that proved to be decisive. But yeah, I don't know what advice I could give to Duda. I mean, I think he kind of did what he could.
Yeah, true. I mean, it seemed like he was really playing a good game. Perhaps the queen trade was a bit inaccurate. I felt like he was still doing well here, but it was really right around here when he had a winning position. So Hikaru should have played knight b6. Although it was a mess, and like both players make mistakes, but he really missed a great chance here. Had he played the move knight d6, I think he has a very good chance to win the game. I'm curious though, like let's say black takes.
Right, like rook takes b5. Why is that winning?
Rook g3. Yeah. I mean, good luck figuring this out with like 5 seconds on the
rook
clock.
On
and
d5 and rook on c3, and then you get to protect your pawn on time or something with rook c7, d7. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like that rook was getting stuck, and it was like impossible for Duda to have that accuracy.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was awesome.
So, yeah, very tough loss for Duda. Of course, great win for Hikaru. It looked pretty tough around here, especially when the time was evening up. Duda around this point was even up a pawn, and he has the active position. But yeah, Hikaru just kept hanging on. He kept avoiding an immediate loss, and he took advantage of Duda's mistakes when he got low on time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the skill, guys, that you just got to hold your bad position for long enough. But, it wasn't that he just held it. Like, he definitely took his chances when he had. And then the amazing, like, conversion, right? Like, even when we thought that he'd blown it, and he was in that rook and 2 pawns and knight endgame, but he still won that really convincingly.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think that's really one of Hikaru's main strengths, to avoid losing, to drag out the game as long as possible, right? And then the opponent will get low on time, especially in games with no increment. That's very effective because then there's also the possibility of flagging your opponent. But even here, when there is increment, I mean, your opponents are going to make mistakes. So again, if you make sure that you avoid losing the game instantly, then there will always be chances. I mean, maybe in a classical game, your opponent will have the time to figure out everything, and eventually you get pushed off the board. But in a blitz or rapid game with only 2 seconds of increment, you will always get chances. And again, he took full advantage of the ones he got. But let's have a look at what's happening in the other game. So the game between Timur Rajabov and Anish Giri ended in a draw. So the score is still tied there. Then Wesley seems to have taken the lead in his match against Andrekin.
Oh, wow. He found a nice move there. What did he capture on G3? Was it
a queen?
Yeah, that wins a rook, yeah?
That wins a rook. Yeah. So Wesley wins. He's up 1.5 to half. And Savian seems to be on his way to take the lead in his match against Nihal. I mean, he's up 1 minute and 40 seconds, and he's up in exchange.
Nice. Yeah, he has a huge time advantage for this position. I mean, yeah, I would be comfortable even saying that Hikaru wouldn't be able to hold this against Savian at this point.
Well, you never know, right? But let's see. Savian is thinking. He has 1 minute and 24 seconds on the clock.
You can play rook c5 and allow queen e8, right?
Yeah, although I wonder, does that actually mess it up completely, because it doesn't seem like white has a perpetual, right? But of course, this is not something you want to allow. Like, I guess after the checks, maybe F4, you strengthen the knight.
Yeah, your king is a little too weak. Yeah.
So maybe what Savian should have done, and actually that's what he does now, I thought maybe G5 on this move, but he goes King G7, F4, and now G5. With the idea that if white takes, you go Rook C5, and white still has Queen D7, but the resulting endgame is completely lost. And Nihal plays Queen D... Rook C1. Rook C1 and Queen D4 is game over because there's no check.
Yep. So he just needs to find that back rank check, which I think is pretty easy, and then avoid checks to his own king, which is also very natural instinct. So, all right. So Sevian going to take a lead against Nihal Sarin. What else do we got? Giri versus Rajabov has already ended in a draw.
Yeah, but what a story this would be, because, again, Sevian actually got knocked out in round of 16 by Levon Aronian. Levon was not able to make it to Toronto due to travel issues. And, like, so he's already getting an additional $10,000 to be here and play in the round of 8. Yeah. And if he knocks out Sarin, he will get another $25,000. So that'd be, I'd be very happy, of course, if that would happen to me. Of course, a bit sad for Levon. But yeah, Sam taking the lead in this match. Will he take it home?
Well, with so many games still left to play, can't really speculate on that. I think the only clear thing is, like, when you're playing a great rapid player like Hikaru, and then you mess up that game that you really kind of had in the bag, because I'm not sure if Duda is ever going to have like a better position than he had in this game, then you're feeling very I think your confidence has to be kind of shaken. That's the problem for Duda. It's not just that he's down 2-0, but it's like, losing that one and knowing that that's about as good as it's going to get. And if you're still going to lose that, like, where are you going to win, right?
Yeah, that's a very good point. You're like, okay, what more can I do, right? Like, he got a great position, and still he was not only not able to win, he actually lost the game. So as you said, that must be very discouraging or disheartening. But he will have to pull himself together. I mean, Duda is a top professional, so I'm sure he will not be too affected by it. But like I said, it affects everyone. And so we'll see what's going to happen in the next game. Hikaru will have the white pieces. Also, since they are in Toronto, I doubt that they will have I doubt that they will have actually any time to look up any theory in between the games. I remember when I played Grishuk in the Chess.com Global Championship, because you're playing from home, you have the opportunity to pull up your laptop, review some lines real quick in between the games. But I guess in Toronto, they're just, walking around. They don't really have time to go back to their room. So they also don't really have any time to review any variations. And we saw in the first game, he was under pressure from the very first move. So, yeah, how is he going to deal with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally, you would have a second with you that could just have his laptop and could relay some advice to you between the games. That would be my solution to that. Because, over 8 games, I do think you need some opening adjustments, right? Like, sometimes things don't go so well. So you definitely don't want to just keep doing the same thing. By the way, I got asked a question about whether I tried to qualify for this and whether I will try to qualify next year. Yeah, guys, I went through the whole qualifying to be your chess commentator process. And here I am at the very end. I made it to the final stage. So I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, for sure. Also, by the way, you guys, these games are FIDE are rapid rated. So Hikaru already picking up something like 20 points there, which should put him at like number 3. I believe Duda is actually the number 3 in the world. So Hikaru will overtake him. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try to make it to this event again next year. I mean, I guess they'll have it every year from now, which is really awesome to see.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I'm so happy with like how the chess world is doing these days, Benjamin. There are just so many events, so many opportunities for these top players to showcase their skills. I love what chess.com is doing and bringing the global chess championships. And now we have like the Fisher Random World Championship. And, there's usually multiple good events going on at the same time, even, or shortly one after the other, right? So the chess calendar is getting full, and that's good for us as the players and also as the chess fans.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really great to see that there are over the board and online events, right? I think pretty much everyone growing up, like over the board was the only thing we had. And now with all these online events, which sometimes culminates in these in-person finals, is really great to see, because I think at the end of the day, I think we like the in-person atmosphere the most. But it's really great to see that all these opportunities are there these days, and we just have the top players in the world playing for real good money, right? I mean, the first prize again is $200,000.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a successful player these days could probably earn, close to $1 million a year, I would say, just from playing. Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch still, but I think it's getting there. I mean, if you're doing if you're like Hikaru and you can pick up, let's say, 350,000 over a span of a couple of weeks, I think even in terms of prize money, you got like chances to, hit that 751 million mark. We have to have a very successful year, of course, very successful. You have to basically win everything, all the big events. So it's not easy, but, things are getting better.
Yeah, for sure. No, I also remember that Ali Reza, in the 1 month he was in the US, he made something like $250,000 or 300,000 by winning I don't know if he won the Meltwater event, but he won the Grand Chess Tour, he won the Singfield Cup, he won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and he shared first in the 960 in St. Louis. So yeah, the top professionals these days are doing really well with more over the board opportunities, also more online opportunities, and that's really great to see. Commentators get a 10% commission. We'll talk about that with Hikaru.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea for sure.
I think our streamer can afford that.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, in all seriousness. And it's great to see. I mean, it encourages all the young players to really push for more and get better.
Yeah. No, guys, prizes do make a difference. Absolutely. And I think when young players see these opportunities for themselves, they're like, oh, I can make, some hundreds of thousands doing what I love to do. It's very motivating. And I think, like the St. Louis Chess Club and what they've done for chess in the US, it's like, it's not an accident. And now we've got like Jeffrey Xiong and Sam Sevion and, a Wonder Liang and Hans Niemann and, all these players coming up because they see the opportunities, right? That there actually is money at the end of the day for all that hard work. And, like 10, 15 years ago, I mean, just wasn't that obvious. And we didn't have all these awesome events. Yeah,
for sure. So, yeah, it's really great to see that players like Jeffrey or Sam, they go for their shot to become a professional. And yeah, Sam has really been impressive lately, and yeah, now he's showing himself in this matchup against Nihal Semsevian. Actually, he knocked out Maxime Vachela-Graf in the earlier rounds. He beat him in an Armageddon. Again, it was pity for him that Levon proved to be a little bit too strong, but right now he's showing himself to be a very strong contender against Nihal Sarin, who knocked out Ding Liren, by the way. So both players had a very impressive path to this final 8.
Yeah, well, I'm just enjoying our interaction with the chat, Benjamin. But I guess, is it like, do we need to take a small break before we come back? I guess that's what we're going to do since all the games are done. We can take a look at Rajabov Giri. We haven't really taken a look at what they did. I'm just curious, are those fighting games or is that like another premature kind of draw? Let's see what they got.
I'm going to be very honest. I feel like the players are fighting, but I feel like when they have to make a decision, whether they will fight or when they choose a safe option, it feels like they take the safe option. But let's have a look. So they went for this variation, okay, which is pretty sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Right job of opening up the H file F6. Anish seems to be doing pretty well here. Bishop takes G4 is, by the way, a significant mistake. Maybe just King D7 or something. But this allows the queen to come in. Rajabov seems to be doing pretty well here. But here he goes Rook B5. Okay, White
it's interesting because like White didn't castle either. So who knows what's going on? Well, I guess If you take the rook, is there perpetual? Yeah, there's perpetual with queen c2, so you can't take that rook.
Right, so kind of circling back to what I said earlier, you know, I feel like both players are playing fighting chess, but when the moment arises where they have to decide, right, do I go for the safe option or for the risky one? It feels like they take the safe option. Apparently, Rajabov is winning here after the move queen takes e4. I wonder how exactly if black takes here. Okay, well, I can't criticize him for this. You go bishop d6.
Yeah, and actually, can I just say something? You know, white's king looks like it's in a lot of danger too, because there's like rook c2 ideas, and normally you would not feel safe with that kind of king at all. But yes, your king escapes like where, like somewhere to g4, I guess. Yeah, no, it is like very understandable that white would not feel so comfortable in this position, right?
Exactly, yeah, especially with 1 minute on the clock. So Rajabov went for a check, another check, a check. Again, queen takes e4 is winning, but yeah, he was under 10 seconds and he chose a safe option and went for a draw. So this match is still tight. I think with all that being said and done, so let's recap real quick. Hikaru has a 2-0 lead over young Christoph Duda. Things are looking great for him. Sam Savian has a 1.5 to half point lead over Nihal Sarin, and Wesley So also has a 1 point lead over Dimitri Andrekin. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will see how Hikaru will fare in game number 3 against Jan Christoph Duda. We'll see you guys after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Global Championship Finals in Toronto, Canada. We are getting ready for game number 3, where Hikaru will have the white pieces against Jan-Christoph Duda. So, Irina, do you think Duda is going to switch it up, or do you think he's going to go for the Petrov defense again?
Well, I already know that he switched it up, Benjamin. So I'm looking at it right now. He did switch it up. He went for knight c6 and an offer of a Berlin. Hikaru played the anti-Berlin with d3. So let's see how that's going. Bishop c5, c3, d5. Okay.
Right. So it's interesting that Duda plays the Berlin, and I think this is also the difference with it being an 8-game match, as opposed to being a 4-game match. If this was a 4-game match, Duda would have to win all the games. And I think against the Berlin, probably Hikaru would just go for this very classic line with d4 and probably, this stuff with a4, where we have this very known repetition. Just to show real quick, like this one with queen e6. But given the fact that there's still many more games to go, I guess Hikaru still wanted to keep playing chess. He probably feels like it's too early to just try to draw the match out. And so they've gone down this line. But what do you think? Do you think it's the correct decision to just play game, or do you think maybe you should just
draw? Definitely correct to play. I think in general, the game of chess rewards the people who play. So I think if you're playing an 8-game match and you're already starting to think about drawing with the white pieces as early as game 3, I think that's just way too early. And he should just play the same way that he's played all the other games. Like if he has a chance to win, he'll win. If it's a draw, not the end of the world. But it's it wouldn't be good for the player himself, or I think the fans, if they had that mentality, like after 2 games, now let me just draw out this match,
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think given the fact that Duda still has 3 white games, as you said, it's still very early to just try to draw out the match. If, let's say, he's up by, let's say he wins another game, then he can start thinking about it, because then he might, let's say you're up three points and Duda only has 2 white games left. Then I think you do want to start drawing out games with the white pieces, but as I said, right now it's too early. And we have this very sharp line in the Berlin. So Hikaru played the line with d3 and c3. Duda played d5, takes bishop c4, queen e6, knight bd2. And Hikaru's really blitzing out everything. He played the move b4, bishop e6, knight g5, going for the attack on f7. Duda just castles, knight de4, takes. Duda was also blitzing everything out, but it seems that right now he is starting to think. So black is up a pawn, but white seems to have pretty good compensation here.
Wow. So, I mean, that's an interesting turn of events. So white's threatening knight g6, trying to win the f7 pawn back. Okay, so like if there's knight e7, let's see where the compensation is. I guess we're going to push one bishop into the corner with a5, right?
Yeah, we go a5. We could also go bishop a3, followed by b5, and attack the knight on e7.
Yeah, also looks very tempting. No, I mean, I can definitely see Hikaru's compensation. That pressure on the f-file is really quite strong. The bishop on g4 doesn't seem to be doing that much to help neutralize it. So, it's a little tricky for Duda.
Yeah, for sure. What Duda could also do is play the move bishop e6. Just to illustrate real quick, white wants to go knight g6. This pawn is pinned to the king. So let's say you go here. White side is to go knight g6, attack the rook. If the rook moves, we take on f7, and then we win an exchange. So that's white's idea. So that's why we are discussing moves like knight e7 to stop knight g6. Or, again, bishop e6. Now white can take and give black isolated pawns, but black is still up a pawn. I guess that maybe white still can hope for a bit of an edge here, because the knight and the bishop are a little bit stuck here, and white should be able to get this pawn back sooner or later.
Yeah, eventually to play b5, yeah?
Right,
yeah, it's not like a lot for white, but I can see that in a rapid game, like it's the kind of position that is really, especially when you have your opponent has a lot of choice. It's actually one of the trickiest moments because, yeah, black's position, it's not terrible in the sense that, he's got to find one move where he loses, but that's actually where you start using up a lot of times when you got a lot of plausible looking moves but little problems all over the board. So he played knight d8. Let's take a look at that.
Right, so knight d8 was just played. And we're getting word that before knight h4, the game was the same as Duda versus Grandelius in the Meltwater chess tour. So Duda apparently with the white pieces followed it all the way
Wow.
up to this very move. So it's a little bit surprising to me that this move takes him out of book, right? But knight e8 was played, so the idea is that after knight g6, rook e8, your pawn on f7 is protected. But yeah, what do you make of that? I mean, Duda played this with the white pieces himself, and now Hikaru chose this line against him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. First of all, you know, players obviously have a lot of things to remember, right? So it's like, unless you reviewed this exact thing in the last few days, I mean, it's possible that he hasn't looked at this for a while and it's not so fresh in his mind. I mean, we are 18 moves into theory, right? So, I mean, I mean, he just probably doesn't remember the analysis that well. It's probably just kind of vague in his mind. So he chose this move, knight d8. It makes sense. For sure, you want to go bishop e6 and capture with the knight. But apparently, you know, we got some initiative here because we're going to go a5 and knight f5. And we actually probably are making them give up their bishop for our knight, because I don't know what this bishop on g4 is going to be doing.
And just as you say that, Hikaru has played it. He played a5, pushing the bishop back a little bit, and now knight f5. And really the point of this move, as you described, is to stop Black from going bishop e6. I think if Black gets bishop e6 in, he is perfectly fine. He's up a pawn, and he trades off White's annoying bishop on this diagonal. So knight f5, great move by Hikaru. I don't know if there's a threat right away, but
how about just h3 and g4? Like, if they do nothing, can we just go h3 and g4 and like totally lock up that bishop? And the only way there, I don't know. That's what I would think about. What do you think, Benjamin?
Yeah, that's a very good idea, because I think if Black is forced to give up the bishop for the knight, well, then White takes. The e5 pawn starts hanging. This bishop on a7 is on an open diagonal, but there's nothing on this diagonal to be taken. White will get a lot of pressure on the pawn on f7. Maybe he moves out the other bishop and then rook f1. So I think 100%. I think if White gets another move, he is happy to go h3. So let's see what Duda can do. I mean, there's no direct threat again, right? Like maybe h3. Bishop takes h6 won't work because Black does not take the bishop, because then you get a fork on the king and the bishop. But you take on f5 first, and then you take over here. But I guess, yeah, if we get another move, we're happy to go h3, attack the bishop, which is probably forced to give up itself for the knight. And again, then we feel like White should have a pretty significant advantage. So what is Duda gonna... This is a little bit funny. What is Duda gonna do here? Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, okay. It's not so obvious. Yeah. If he goes, can he go 96? 96 looks weird, admittedly like a strange move. Maybe just bishop. I mean, I would say bishop h5 is one move. If you're like anticipating h3, that's definitely something I would think about. But obviously, it's not that much of a plan, right? Like, because you're basically saying, yes, my bishop will get shut down on g6.
Right. I think we anyway go h3.
Okay, how about I have a g4 plan? Yeah, should we try to just play king h8 and f6? There we go. Like, or king h7, because I want to play f6. My bishop will have a way back, but also like my knight can finally come out from d8 somewhere. And well, that seems plausible. But interestingly enough, White now switches the attention to the d file from the f file.
Yeah, because there's no way for Black to stop the rook from coming to d7. Black can still play, let's say, knight c6, rook d7, and rook ac8 and hold on for the moment. But White is going to increase the pressure with moves like bishop a3, threatening b5 with an attack on the rook. Also, the other rook can come into d1. There's also ideas like h4, h5 attacking this bishop. So it's looking tough for Duda, and he's already down 5 minutes on the clock. I always feel that one of Hikaru's weaknesses, so to speak, is his opening preparation. But in this match, so far, his opening preparation has been great. I mean, he put pressure from the very beginning against Duda in game 1. And here again, he has the pressure on the clock and in the position. And Duda seems to be facing problems that are very difficult to solve.
Yeah, when does Hikaru have time to study chess? I mean, doesn't he say that he's like a professional streamer? Because his openings look really good, playing against someone who is not a professional streamer. And he's still just doing great. Certainly with the white pieces, he's putting a lot of pressure on him. So knight e6. Okay, did I mention that move? Yeah, I mentioned it. Ah, but now there's bishop h6, and on bishop f5, we have ef5, and we hit the knight. So Hikaru actually has a tactic now available.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And there's no doubt in my mind that he is going to miss it. I mean, he's always up to the task when these kind of tactics are available. So yeah, white has the move bishop takes h6 with the idea that if black takes, we take with the knight. We have a check on the king and the bishop. And so we win a pawn and we get a dominant position. Now, the difference is that since black has moved his knight to e6, the move bishop takes f5 doesn't really solve his problems anymore because, as you mentioned, white is going to take with the e pawn. Now, if black takes the bishop, we take the knight. And we get into this endgame, which is quite bad for black because I suspect that, let's say black does something like this. Maybe we can just play rook a1 to try to go rook d7. And I think trading all the rooks doesn't really solve all of black's problems because we are happy to trade and bishop c8. And I think this endgame is completely winning for white because let's say something like this happens. White has this passed a pawn, and he can also create a passed pawn on the king side. And both those pawns will keep black occupied and will simply drive his pieces apart. So white should be able to win here. So I think bishop takes h6 might be close to winning already. What do you think, Irina?
Yeah, no, that's a great, it's a great move for white. And it's like amazing how that bishop picks up those last pawns in the bishops of opposite color endgame, and the white pawns are going to be so far apart, the black's king and bishop won't be able to deal with them. All right, he needs to think a little bit. I mean, it's not a very difficult calculation for Hikaru. I do expect him to find it. It's a very tempting endgame to go for where he's simply winning a pawn. And yeah, I mean, Duda really under pressure again. I don't know if that game maybe, because if you lose 3 in a row, it kind of destroys you, doesn't it, Benjamin? So that's why I think Hikaru needs to try to win this game if he wants to actually make things easier for himself in this match.
And there it is. Bishop takes h6 on the board. Duda takes on a 5, pawn takes. We might be going down that exact line that we just looked at. Bishop takes e6. Okay, is he going to go to g7 or h8? And rook 81. We called it.
Yeah, everything I don't see what he can do.
I think Duda's already lost. Rook d7 is a threat. And again, trading all the rooks does not solve your problems. And as some people pointed out in the chat, if Hikaru wins another game, I mean, he will have a 3-point lead, and we might not see a lot of him tomorrow. I mean, if he, let's say he wins all the games, then he will only have to make 1 draw tomorrow to move on to the semis.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's going to happen to our job, Benjamin? We're supposed to be here for the whole day. I guess we'll have to look at other games.
We'll just follow the other games. We'll just follow the other games.
But yeah, it'll be pretty funny if that's what happens. I mean, if he's that close to closing out the match after 1 day, it can happen. It can happen. I mean, that's why I think you got to be ambitious and, not coast on your laurels, right? Like he won those 2 games, but obviously if he wins a 3rd one, it really has this magnified psychological effect. It's not just the score in the match. It's also, it really affects the score in the upcoming games as well, because Duda's confidence is going to be shaken. If you lose 3 games, it's like, especially for a player like him, who is one of the top players in the world, he's not used to doing that. I mean, Duda is a guy who, won the World Cup. He beat Magnus Carlsen in a head-to-head match there. He's beaten Magnus since then also in some online tournaments. So he's not really used to starting off against anyone with 0 out of 3. So I think it would be just pretty shocking for him. And that's why Hikaru's got to push to get that psychological edge too.
Yeah, for sure. Because also, as you mentioned, if Hikaru wins another game, then Duda will be thinking to himself, like, okay, what more can I do, right? I mean, he was winning in game 2. And that game really made the difference. If Duda wins that game, we probably have a completely different match. I mean, then the score is 1-1. But now with 2-0 for Hikaru, the match is still long. But if he wins this game, I don't see Duda coming back. I don't see Duda coming back.
So how did Hikaru get so good at blitz, Benjamin? Do you know the backstory? Did he just play a lot as a child? I mean, I think he did, right? But it wasn't just a lot, like more than other people. Because how did he get better than like others by so much at this?
I think he said himself that he did play a lot of blitz when he was a kid. He used to play a lot on ICC, the Internet Chess Club. Yeah. And also these days, I mean, he's saying like I'm a professional streamer, but guess what he's doing on stream? On stream, he's playing blitz all the time. And if you play 6 hours of blitz every single day, I mean, of course you're gonna at least maintain your skills, if not improve them. So that is why, you know, he's still one of the very, very best in the world in Blitz. I would say in Blitz, he is he is top 2 with Fallujah, and that's probably correct. He blunders way less than someone like Magnus. Magnus has been blundering a lot. Hikaru, very, very, very rarely blunders, which is a very important skill to have.
Yeah, it's true. We've seen some of those vulnerable moments from Magnus, right, in recent tournaments, like in that Fisher Random World Championship. And yeah, I haven't really seen any blunders from Hikaru, and just like overall, when he gets a chance to win, the technique is so good.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, guys. Just, you know, you gotta keep your kid out of school and have them play blitz chess all day, and that's the secret to getting those phenomenal skills.
For sure, yeah. All right, yeah. So
I can save on those school fees, you know.
Right. Let's see what Duda is going to do. He trades NF1. This is the exact line that we looked at. Rook F8. Okay, now Hikaru is going to take and go Bishop C8. And given the fact that the position is already extremely simplified there, I don't think there's any way for him to mess up B6. Again, this is all that we looked at. Bishop takes A6. And I think it's just close to being over already. I think this is just a very straightforward win, to be honest.
Yeah, because, you know, guys, the E-pawn the black has doesn't matter at all. It's easily controlled, right? I mean, you can control it with just the bishop on the diagonal. Ultimately, white's going to start creating those passed pawns, and then they'll figure out where to move the king. I guess also depending on, you know, where black is moving their king, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see how Duda can attempt to save this endgame, right? I mean, he's probably going to take here. Maybe something like Bishop G1 attacking the pawn. I think we should definitely keep this on the board. And then for Hikaru, I think the problem for Duda is that he cannot even push this pawn. If he were to push this pawn, he gets more chances. But the problem is, let's say you go E4. White goes, let's say, Bishop E7, attack the pawn. And then after E3, you go like King D3. You just block out the bishop, and then you're simply not going to be able to stop this one. So you might have to play E2 here to give it up.
Mm-hmm.
And Duda could play E4 here right away, but I think, again, Hikaru is just going to block this pawn on, let's say, King D3 and Bishop F3. And then, again, what white is going to do is he is going to bring the king up. He is going to put his bishop on E2, where it will always defend this A-pawn if we push the A6. And then, again, our king is headed to the king side. And eventually, black is going to get into a situation where his king is going to have to make a decision. Does the king head to the king side? Well, then white's king is going to go to the queen side and win this bishop for its pawn. If the king goes to the queen side, well, then we go to the king side, take this pawn, and then our passed pawns on this side of the board will win the game. So to me, it seems like it's going to be a very straightforward win for Hikaru. Duda has just played the move C5. What do you make of that move?
Okay, so it doesn't change a lot, except there's going to be a trade of these C pawns. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a move that changes a whole lot. So C5, Hikaru's, well, I think Hikaru is not going to be taking on B6, obviously, because he doesn't want to leave himself with a C pawn. He'd rather leave himself with the A pawn. So yeah, I like a move like King D3. I mean, let black take on, you know, B4 and A5, and I want to leave myself with the A pawn.
Yeah, so fun fact, by the way, like, let's say Hikaru would not have this G pawn. I think Duda would be able to draw this. So what white is going to do is, like, I think Duda wants to trade off as many pawns as possible, which is generally a good strategy. Now, again, had white not had this G pawn, black can give up his bishop for the A pawn, and white will have the wrong color bishop because this corner is a dark square. But again, this G pawn is on the board, so black will again end up in a situation where his king is going to have to make a decision. If the king goes here, again, we go to this side of the board and win the bishop. And again, if the king goes here, we go here, or just create a passed pawn on that side of the board. So I think even though Duda is doing his best, he's trying to trade down as many pawns as possible, he will not be able to draw this.
Yeah, so okay, well, let's try to defend. Let's try to go up someone with the king. So let's try to take twice on, you know, B4, A5, and then King E7. So like to show like what is white's plan. Yeah. So where does white take the king? To E4 or to C4? It's kind of the question. They're probably both possible.
I think we're happy to go to E4 and just ask black that question, right? Like, where does he go?
Yeah, he actually basically, if the black king goes to f6, he's going to go king d5, and if the black king goes to d6, he's going to go king f5, or eventually he might play bishop b7 first, right?
Yeah, he might play a move like this, just dropping back the bishop back first, because there's really no rush.
Yeah.
And again, I think white is just going to win the game. Like bishop d4, you go like, let's say here.
Exactly.
You play a6, slowly improve the position. And
because
to me, it
black's
seems like
king cannot go to
lost.
e6, right, Benjamin? That's the whole point, that like your king has to go either d6 or f6 here, and then we're going to see where you go and come in. And yeah, no, it's actually not too difficult for him to win. Sometimes bishops of opposite color endgames are hard, but with the pawns being so separated, it actually really works in white's favor.
Right. So let's see, Hikaru taking his time here. I guess he's just making sure that this does win the game. But again, there's no doubt in my mind that it is winning. Of course, the only thing you have to be careful of is that you don't somehow lose this a-pawn, but there's no way for black to attack it, right? Like if you go bishop c5, then white drops the bishop back, so bishop b4 can always be met with the pawn, with the move a6.
Mm-hmm. So what else? I mean, so he played bishop b5. That's fine. I mean, nothing, it doesn't change anything fundamental. He's still going to be pushing up his king, and Duda, I suppose, will be trading on b4 because that's the whole point of his c5 move. And yeah, he doesn't want the bishop blocked it on a7 forever. So
what Hikaru could do is he could go a6 here. But
wow.
I don't, and that's actually what he does.
Oh, wow. I was going to say he's not going to do that. That's amazing. He actually thought of that. Wow. That is like, that's amazing.
G4, stopping. Oh, wait. Okay, so I guess his idea is that he might want to create a passer here.
Yeah.
And if you move this king up, the bishop is simply getting trapped on a7.
Yeah, and also like the bishop on b5 beautifully covers. It's the principle of one diagonal. He covers the b pawn and the e pawn by being on one diagonal. He doesn't have to move anywhere. That is so beautiful. What a touch. I mean, I just, I would have played the mundane, move recapturing on b4, but a6 was really like such a nice opportunity to get like an even stronger pass pawn. That's beautiful.
Exactly. Now he's bobbing his head. He's looking very comfortable. And Duda just resigned. Hikaru takes a 3-0 lead in this match. What a game.
Yeah, Hikaru. I mean, I guess the difficulty for Hikaru, I think, in his situation is like, that feeling of like feeling bad for his opponents. Does he have to deal with that? Does he have to deal with that, kind of pity when he destroys his opponents? Because that seems to be the biggest challenge, he's having in this match, is how to overcome that feeling.
I don't know. I don't think he has those feelings, to be honest. I think he just wants to win, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, no, and that's good for him. I'm glad he doesn't have that
that's problem. Good for him, yeah.
Because honestly, when you're destroying someone, when you're destroying someone like this, I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's like, it is sort of an issue. Like you're aware that the other person is suffering. You're not just like winning. You're literally crushing them. So, wow, 3-0 against Jan Christoph Duda. I mean, that is brutal, guys. And you're just in great shape, I think, in this match.
Yeah, and as we were talking about how Hikaru just won his third game, I saw that his stepfather, Sunil, is also in the chat. So, of course, he must be very happy about this as well. His son just won the Fischer Random World Championship, and now Hikaru is crushing it again at the Chess.com Global. So, congrats to him as well.
Yeah, well, let's go take a look at the other games, Benjamin. Maybe there's games that are closer than this. I mean, I can't even imagine being in Duda's shoes now, honestly.
All right, so let's have a look at this game. So Sevian is up 1 game in his match against Nihal Sauer. This one looks approximately even. Sevian is down 4 minutes on the clock, though, so perhaps Nihal can cook up some magic here.
Well, Nihal is black. Everything is getting traded right after rook d5, so I'm not really sure what magic is available here. This game, yeah, definitely looks like it's heading towards a draw. What about Giri Rajabov? I mean, those guys have had some exciting games, and they've all ended in draws so far. Maybe we're going to see something different. We actually see Giri having an extra pawn here. Yeah, that just looks like an extra pawn without any big compensation for black.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for Anish. He is up a pawn here. I don't really see the compensation for Rajabov either. And he's also up a minute on the clock. Bishop d3, attacking the rook. If the rook moves, you hang this bishop. I don't really see what black is supposed to do there. You do have a move like bishop f8, but then you move the queen, let's say to d5 or b5. And I don't quite see what black is going to do. So yeah, everything looking great for Anish to take the lead in this match.
Yeah, well, it's about the time that someone breaks through here. And we have one more game, right? It's Wesley's game. Where is that? Andreykin.
So Wesley's game against Andreykin ended in a... Oh, Wesley just offered a draw, which was accepted. Apparently, if Andreykin plays the move a3 here, b3 and rook fc8, he's doing well. So I think...
Because on rook d7, Wesley... there's queen c6, right?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like a chess.com puzzle.
Exactly. Yep.
Taking advantage of the weak king. Wow.
Right. And if you trade and let's say take here, apparently you just go h6. White doesn't really have an attack. And I guess also in all sorts of endgames, this pawn on g6 is actually more of a weakness. So Wesley, he's a little bit lucky perhaps that Andreykin just decides to take the draw, right? I mean, Wesley's up in a match and he has a worse position, but Andreykin decides to play it safe.
Wow. Well, that's I don't know if how we can even describe that, because like how much time did he have? He had 10 minutes. Is this true? Like let's just put that position back on the board.
Hikaru comes in the chat and he says, that, my friends, is what we call candidates preparation. So this is what Hikaru prepared for the candidates. Yeah, it seemed that it definitely paid off and Duda was not able to solve the problems over the board.
Wow. Well, we want to see more of that candidates prep, Hikaru. Just keep showing it to us.
Yeah, for sure. So I think in the candidates, everyone was worth like $7,000, but here everyone can be worth potentially $25,000. So yeah, great for Hikaru that he was able to use it here, and good luck in the remainder of the games or in the last game of the day.
Yeah, we're rooting for you, Hikaru. So can we put that position back up where Wesley offered a draw?
Yeah, so it was right here after rook to c7. I'm a little bit surprised that the players are able to offer draws. What do you think? Do you think they should just take the draw offer button away?
I think so. I think that, you know, it's fine to do what the other top tournaments are doing and just eliminate the draw unless you have like repetition of moves. Yeah, I think that is perfectly reasonable. I mean, because it is a shame for this game to be abruptly ended at a point where there's tons of play left. So even if it wasn't better for Wesley, I mean, they certainly have a lot of play. Rook c7. And yeah, I mean, black, of course, you know, is probably a little bit scared by that rook getting to the 7th rank. But overall, you can sort of feel that, you know, actually, Benjamin, you know, the white pieces on d2 and e2 don't look very impressive for a Sicilian, right? Like having such passive knights. Black has the bishop pair. Black's also made a lot of progress on the king side. No, I feel like there were definitely reasons here for Andreykin to feel like he could play on and to look a little bit harder. I mean, a3, well, a3, it's a normal move for the Sicilian when you're trying to open your opponent's king. It's actually not a very difficult calculation that they can't take your knight. So you throw that in and then you challenge the rook on the open file. All of that is actually very, very doable for these players. So I feel like Andreykin should be a bit disappointed just, you know, by that decision. I mean, if you want to win a match, especially when you're behind, you gotta go a little bit, push yourself a little bit harder.
Yeah, for sure. And someone asked in the chat, hey guys, is Hikaru in this tournament? No, unfortunately, he just got knocked out by young Krzysztof Duda. He's down 0-3 in the match. So yeah, I'm sorry guys, it happens. But yeah, a little bit weird that Andreykin didn't decide to play on, because you gotta try to strike back as quickly as possible when you're down. That being said, there's still 5 more games. So let's have a look. Did Anish move yet? Anish played rook 81, and he spent a lot of time on that move. Now bishop g4 by Rajabov. I think missing bishop d3 is definitely that definitely keeps Rajabov in the game.
Yeah, well, now the obvious move is bishop e2, unless you want to get like doubled pawns. But are there some well, there's no tricky thing with bishop h6. So is there, yeah, well, why not bishop e2? Why is, that's the question.
Yeah, perhaps bishop b2. I think you still need to be careful about your queen not getting trapped somehow. Like maybe bishop f8. Although I guess you can still move around.
Yeah.
He's getting down to 2 minutes, which seems unnecessary because he has a good position. Isn't maybe the nerves kicking in? What do you think?
Well, what do I think? The nerves. I don't know. Both of these players show that, like, I mean, they do, I think, both have like that slightly solid tendency, right? Like there are players like Hikaru who will probably keep trying until the end, even if it's like risky. These players probably have a bit more of like a solid bend to their game that if things get risky, they're gonna like solidify. And well, we see him going queen d6, trying to get a queen trade. Makes sense. I guess that Radjabov should really say no to that if he wants to keep this game going.
Right. So someone asked, actually, how is this FIDE Rapid rated? So this event is what we call a hybrid event because it's not fully online because the players are there in person, but they are playing in computer. So that's why it's a hybrid, a mix of online and in person. And FIDE has approved that these events can be rapid rated. Does that make sense, everyone? Queen e6 has been played by Anish. I think Radjabov should definitely keep the queens on the board and try to keep it as complicated as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if he takes the pawn, the knight on f3, doubles the pawns in front of the king, I think he's got some chances there for sure. Pulls the rook back to e6. And that's why, okay, queen c8. Right. Well, I can tell you, like, no one's going to play h3 here. I'm just not going to believe it. I don't know. H3, bishop takes, pawn takes. I mean, I get it. You can try to go queen d7, trade queens. That's probably the idea of h3. But if I were white, well, how big of a problem? Like, for example, well, bishop e2, queen
like, why not bishop e2? I'm also wondering.
Bishop e2 is so natural.
Exactly. Anish getting down to a minute and bishop e3 on the bishop e2 on the board, but this seems to be a big mistake. Now Radjabov can take and bishop h6, which would bring him fully back into the game. And then Radjabov also has a 3-minute time advantage, so things could completely turn around here.
Yeah, this isn't funny because this is the difference, guys, between computers and humans, right? I'm like, bishop e2 looks very normal, but there's that problem. I totally missed the bishop h6. It's actually a nice exchange sack. I think Radjabov can find it. It's not like it's not impossible, although, I mean, after king h1, bishop e3, rook d3, like, why is it so good for black? Let's just see that line.
Yeah, let's have a look. I think rook takes e3 is really the only way that you can disturb the stability in white's position. Bishop h6, great move.
And king h1. Yeah, so bishop e3 and like rook, let's say d3. Yeah, why is this so terrible? Well, bishop f5, of course, is a problem, right? That you can just attack my rook. And let's say I go to d5, and then you go maybe bishop e4. And basically, my rook is running out of normal squares. And yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, I don't like that.
And at the end, you do end up losing an exchange.
Yeah, that journey of the rook is not, what I prepared for her life experience, The going to b3 is very sad. Okay, so maybe I should. But
Radjabov missed it. Yeah. He played h5, and this allows Giri to keep full stability with a move like h3.
Oh, that was a big opportunity. Yeah, I love exchange sacks. I really wish he would have found that. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, for sure. All right, but Anish down to 47 seconds. Will he manage to? Okay, he goes king h1. Also seems very reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's see what Radjabov is going to do. He has to try to complicate matters somehow.
Right, but now the exchange sack is not as powerful. I guess he can still do it. It's just that the king on h1 is obviously a useful move. He can still try it, though. I wouldn't say the exchange sack is like totally off the table.
Right. I mean, again, there's still moves like bishop f8. I wonder where the queen is going. I guess the d5 or g3 feels a little awkward because it doesn't have a lot of squares from there. Let's see what Radjabov is going to do. He's down to 2 minutes and 24 seconds. He's got to move.
Yeah, he's still.
By the way, the game between Samuel Savin and Nihal Sarin did end in a draw, as we expected. So Sam keeping his 1-point lead in the match over there.
Oh, I'm sorry, J. Rishfin. I guess I guess you got to order some more beer.
Don't worry, don't worry. It happens sometimes.
You know, guys, when you're commentating online, sometimes it's hard, you know, to time it perfectly.
Exactly. Yeah, but people either in the chat or whatever, they always try to create drama for no reason. But anyway, let's see what Rajabov is gonna do here. I mean, it doesn't seem like he knows what to do. He's getting down to 130 as well. He's got to try to keep the time edge, and he's also got to try to keep the position complicated, because otherwise I think Anish has great chance to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like amazing advice for Black at this point. In terms of like something really clear he can do. I guess he can try to go rook e6, rook f6, and maybe prepare some exchange sack and f3 if he gets a chance to do that. Maybe that's an idea. So probably knight e7 is also an idea, trying to go to f5, preparing a fork. He just needs to do something quickly. So he went a6. I'm really showing that, okay, he doesn't have an idea exactly. And he spent a lot of time to play a move that is not super productive. And Anish just answered with the same thing. Like, this is so funny. Like, they're both kind of tentative in their moves, but okay. I guess Anish maybe went a... Oh, go ahead, Benjamin.
Oh, sorry. It was actually me interrupting you there. But now Anish is up on the clock. Rook 4, e7 by Rajabov. Maybe he wants to go rook d7, but it doesn't actually trap the queen. Let's see. Anish could play h3. Maybe he's a little worried about Black taking. He goes queen to c5. Okay, so let's see. Maybe bishop h6 now again, putting pressure on his bishop, and if you can take on e2, you will finally start creating threats.
We've had that tactic for a while. That bishop h6 idea was something like I had noticed from a while back, and now it might actually be a good moment to do it, because the queen on c8 is covering f8, so you're not going to get mated. But he goes, okay.
But what are these moves? What? And wait, Anish is repeating. They're not going to repeat the position, right? I mean, there's no way. Anish's got to play on here.
Well, yeah, it's going to get real random. I guess those guys don't like it when it gets real random. Okay, there he goes. He goes with knight g1. That's good. But is his advantage... well, I think objectively it doesn't really matter what the advantage is when it gets down to seconds.
These moves that they're making are really confusing me. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, knight f3. Bishop back to g4. It seems like they're just shuffling back and forth. Here, Rajabov misses a chance to equalize the game with rook g4 and bishop f8, and you're just chasing the queen around the board. Okay, bishop g4, h3, h4, queen d6. Anish taking... Okay.
Ooh. Wow, is that going to work? Well, I think he blundered that there's queen h2 block. Oh, no, he didn't blunder that. Oh, queen
yeah, I mean,
d7.
This doesn't even remotely work.
Yeah, queen d7. Yeah, Rajabov definitely... chose the wrong moment to sack the piece.
And knight g5 is just KO here, because you attack the rook and the pawn, but he goes bishop f1, bishop f4. He takes, okay, inviting the queen to come in, bishop g2. This feels very stable though for white, with the knight on f3 and the bishop on g2. I don't really see what Rajabov can do about it.
Yeah, he can't even play knight e5 because his rook on e8 hangs. Maybe he goes like king g7 or something like that. But of course, yeah, white is completely winning, and maybe Rajabov just resigned. Nope, they got more moves. Okay. All right, the queen on h6 is not really well positioned here, obviously, but Anish needs to be careful, like not moving his queen to b8, for example. Okay.
But queen d4 should end the game. I mean, Black gets pinned over here. It's not like white wins material. But I feel like Black can never do anything. White's king feels perfectly safe over here and just push the pawns, and that's what Anish does.
So a4, yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see Hikaru play this position against Anish. You know, it would have been really interesting to see, like, if he would have handled, how he would have handled the clock, and also, you know, what he would have found on the board. But yeah, Rajabov, didn't know exactly what to do. Both players seemed not super confident at some point, but obviously Anish is up a pawn. His position was easier to play. And when Rajabov decides to make that piece sack that doesn't work, that, you know, Anish was up to the task.
Yeah, and Anish wins this game and takes the lead in the match. All right, it's a very important win. I think both players, you can tell from their facial expressions that they felt like that game was not good. But of course, Anish very happy to win this one and take the lead.
Yeah, that's the first decisive game in their match. But there have been no matches that have had more decisive games than Hikaru's match. 3 decisive games. Hikaru's off to a 3-0 advantage. And we've got one more game to be played today, guys. We're going to see can Hikaru make it a clean sweep, which would actually be just amazing. Just really making a statement if he does that. So we're going to find out, guys, on the other side of this break. We're going to see you in a couple of minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Global Championship Finals in Toronto, Canada. Irina, Hikaru's been on a roll. He has a 3-0 lead going into the fourth and final game of today. What do you think is going to be his approach to this game?
I think his approach is going to be the same that he's shown in every game so far. So he's just going to play the game, and whatever happens, happens. Obviously, he really has a chance to go 4-0 against one of the best players in the world. I think psychologically, Duda must be feeling quite depressed. And that is the sort of situation where you can land that final blow for the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this is definitely a must-win game for Duda. He's down 3 points in the match, but also especially for his confidence, he really needs to win. I mean, if he wins this one, he's down 3-1. It will still be very tough for him to come back tomorrow, but it's not impossible. But I think even with a draw, I don't really see it happening. He'll have to win 3 games. And against Hikaru, who's shown such formidable play lately, I mean, like you said, it's going to be a big hit to his confidence. So, yeah, we'll see what Duda's going to try to do.
Yeah, we're going to see. I'm going to make a bet that Hikaru is going to win. What do you think, Benjamin? You ready to take the other side of that bet?
I think he's not going to win. Okay, E3, is that a mouse slip from Duda? That'd be unfortunate. Wait, is that?
Hikaru looks confused.
Because if it is, I wouldn't mind like it being taken back. Hikaru, wait, what? Are you kidding? There's no way.
Whoa.
No
way, get some expressions on Hikaru's face?
There's no... Are you serious? Did he play the Bond Cloud against... Wait, what?
It looks like these are the moves on the board. Hikaru was like, what was that? Oh, man.
What? In a rapid game? Duda, what? Duda's just like, okay, does he just want to get out of here as quickly as possible? Hikaru looks very confused. He's looking at Duda like, dude, what are you doing?
Right.
I don't know if Hikaru is necessarily happy about this. We'll ask him, of course, after the game. He goes F3 now with King F2. I mean, it's already almost -3 here. This position is just so bad. What is Duda thinking?
Wow. I mean, I guess that Hikaru looks annoyed. Yeah, I think so. I think he looks annoyed. He's like, he probably doesn't think this is a very great match strategy by Duda. Yeah, pretty amazing. It's just out of words.
I mean, it wouldn't even cross my mind. I've been on tilt also against Hikaru, but it wouldn't cross my mind to play the Bond Cloud. If I was on tilt, I would just play very fast and just not care. But what is the point? What is his... I literally don't get it. Because you just get yourself into a borderline lost position with white from the very beginning.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think is going through his mind?
Well, so far the Bond Cloud, I mean, has it only been played in Blitz, Benjamin? Is it like something that Hikaru and Magnus just do in Blitz games? Is that it?
Yeah, Hikaru has had his Bond Cloud speedrun all the way up to 3,000.
Wow.
But I've never seen someone do it in a serious rapid game. I mean, Magnus and Hikaru did it once in rapid when there was nothing on the line anymore, but never in a serious game.
Wow. Okay, but I mean, his position is not lost yet. He's going to play probably something like C3. Yeah, and his knight will eventually go to A3 and C2 or something. So, there might be some psychological effect, right? Like when you play something so bad and black obviously is supposed to try to beat you. Maybe that's what he's going for. But of course, it's surprising, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I said, if black is not winning after 20 or 30 moves, and let's say the position becomes equal, then you're like, wait, how do I have an equal position against someone who played E3 and King E2? But it's not completely terrible because white is just going to try to keep the position close. There's no easy way for black to break through immediately. And right now, Duda is starting to go B4 and trap black's bishop. So Hikaru will have to address that one way or another. Maybe A6, knight A3. He goes bishop B6 first, so that after B4, he can make a move like... I think
you know
A5.
what it is? I think I get it. Look, I get it, Benjamin. He thinks he's lost the match, but if he manages to beat Hikaru playing this opening, he thinks he can inflict the same psychological damage on him that he's been, under. And then it kind of evens things out because it's not like he doesn't just get a point. he wants to get a point playing something ridiculous, and maybe that will give him some chances tomorrow. That might be the thinking.
Yeah, I guess there might be some truth to that. Maybe he, like I said, wants to inflict some psychological damage on Hikaru. But in either case, Hikaru doesn't seem to be thrown off at all. I think he's just going to slowly improve his pieces. Rook E8 to me looks very logical. Just you bring out the other bishop. Again, I wonder how he's going to break through eventually. Maybe at some point you want to go for E4, although white can go F4. So even though Hikaru's position is very good, there's no immediate breakthroughs here.
Yeah, one interesting thing is that I've noticed that this is the one game in the match where actually Duda has a little bit more time than Hikaru. Isn't that funny?
Right. Okay, and yeah, let's look at it from Black's perspective. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Maybe bishop D7. If possible, I would like to move the bishop and maybe move my knight and go F5, F4 to try to break through that way, but I don't quite see how to do it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Hikaru just does it. Just does it right away. And maybe wants to bring the knight to D6, actually.
Yeah, I think he wants to bring the knight to D6, maybe F5, F4 at some moment to really try to pound on this king. Again, maybe bishop D7, bring the other rook into the game. And white is just playing a game of chess with a big handicap. Why is your king on F2? You cannot get your bishop out easily. It just seems like, yeah, white's position is just terrible.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, white has just given up the whole advantage of the white color, and king at F2 is quite a permanent weakness. The pawn on E3 is also not so stable once we go F5, F4, and the bishop pointing at the king on that long diagonal. Right now, it's closed up, but it's definitely going to be an issue for white in this game. So, well, we're going to see how this works out for Duda, but yeah, he did manage to shock us at least.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, as some people have pointed out in the chat, Hikaru is actually a bit of a bomb cloud expert himself. He's played it many times, but I can't recall him playing it in a serious game. And I remember the couple times he played it once in a Title Tuesday against Ming, and he just lost without too much of a chance. I mean, you just play a game of chess with your king in F2. So you just start off with a big handicap. Duda goes B4, knight D6 by Hikaru. And already I don't quite see what white is going to do. If you move this knight, you invite the knight to come to C4. You don't really want to move the knight from E2, let's say to G3, because then you really invite F5, F4. Yep. So let's see what is going to happen. And Joe is saying Pak O. Wait, how is that Pak O?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that maybe a computer can defend this position for white, but at some point for a human being, it gets very difficult facing all these problems, and your position tends to deteriorate instead of getting better. So now the question for Hikaru, should he go F5 or should he go something like Rook E8 or Bishop D7 or maybe Bishop D7 and Rook A E8? That's the question.
All right, so G3 played by Duda. Makes sense. He wants to put the bishop on E2 because a Rook E8. All right. I was thinking he would go bishop D7, bring the other rook in, but this also looks completely fine. So let's see. Can Duda just go bishop G2? Maybe what Hikaru can do at some point is go knight F5 and try to pressure this point over here. Again, it feels kind of funny for white. I mean, let's say you go bishop G2, rook F1, and rook E1. What exactly is black going to do? And Duda goes for rook to A2.
Wow. I guess he's planning to bring that rook around to the second rank somewhere. Where would that rook be going? No one really knows.
I guess
I guess the plan is like maybe like G4, knight G3. I don't know.
And a rook E2, yeah.
Yeah.
So queen F6 was played by Hikaru. I think he wanted to give a check over here, perhaps. So Duda stepped out of the way with king G2. Now let's see what we can do here. Maybe just bishop D7. And I guess you just slow roll the attack. Again, you don't bring this bishop into the game. This other bishop is also kind of dead. So that's why black has a big advantage. But it's not like it's already, let's say, -5 or something.
Yeah, so, okay, he's tempting white to play G4, which white can definitely do. Is white going to exhibit that aggression? Tries to get the G3 square for the knight, maybe get your bishop to D3. And, maybe we can get one of those famous positions like Botvinnik center positions, right? I mean, there is a chance for that, Benjamin. If you do draw, if we play G4, Bishop D7, Knight G3. Now the problem is, of course, every time you go Bishop D3, you got to look into E4, and he did play that. Okay, so now perhaps H4 is an option for white.
Yeah, not quite sure about what Hikaru just did here. I don't know why he really wanted to invite the move G4 by Duda. Knight G3. Perhaps if Duda gets another move, he's going to go H4, threatening to trap the bishop with the move H5. G5 can become an idea as well. Like, let's say black goes here. I think white's going to go H4, threaten H5. And if you go H6, G5 can become an idea down the line later. For now, it's sacking a pawn, but I mean, maybe you have some sort of follow-up with E4. But yeah, the more I look at it, Duda's position isn't all that bad. I mean, you can transfer this rook along the second rank, and
right.
White center is very, very stable.
Yeah, and the bishop on B6 is being blocked in for now. I mean, I like that the king is on G2. He moved out of that diagonal. So we are kind of approaching a pretty typical, well, as possible, as typical as it can be, pawn structure. And Hikaru goes and sacks a pawn right now, and not wanting to relinquish the initiative. Okay, looks like white can just take it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can just take the pawn on H5 if he wants to. Bishop H7 will probably be Hikaru's move. And even though white's king is exposed a little bit, it shouldn't worry him too much. You can go, let's say, rook G1, king H1, then bring the other rook over, and perhaps you can start an attack on the G file. So even though Hikaru's position looks good, the question still remains, what exactly is he going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe like at some point he can go knight F5. That must be his idea of trying to sack the pawn. I mean, why else would you sack the pawn if you didn't want to get the F5 square? Right.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Let's take a look at that. Pawn takes H5, bishop H7. Okay, and now what if we go knight F5?
What's a knight F5? Maybe you just take, and then you move the king out of the way, followed by, yeah, again, rook H2 is a very straightforward plan, and I think white's more than happy to give up the two rooks for the queen.
I was going to take with the queen in F5. Can we do that?
Oh, sorry. So queen takes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say I go here again, followed by this.
So the idea is if I take on H5, show me what the problem is. Rook AG2. That's kind of amazing that. So, yeah, bishop G6, bishop D3. Look at that. Let's keep going.
Yeah, and already here, white is close to winning. So that'd be an amazing turn of events because there's no good way to protect this bishop. And things really seem to turn around here. So yeah, let's see what Duda is going to do after the move H5. I don't really see why he should not take the pawn, to be honest.
Yeah, what's interesting about this position is the knight on A3 is out of the game. But for black, the bishop on B6 and knight on C6 are also not terribly in the game. They're restricted by white center. So when the play switches to the king side and white just has those doubled rooks, it's actually enough power to create problems for black. Yeah, that is interesting. So he doesn't go G takes H5. He goes rook G1.
So do you think after the move H4, he wants to go back to E2, or does he perhaps want to go back to H2?
Yeah, weird. He missed a big chance, right? I mean, he really should have just grabbed that pawn because now he's not going to get that open file for free.
Yeah, I think if he takes this game, can, again, easily turn around. White's just going to go rook G1, king H1, bring the other rook to G2. And white's attack along the G file should not be underestimated. But after the move rook G1, Hikaru keeps full control over the game. He goes H4. And now white has to decide. Is he going to go to E2 or to H1? You know what? I'm going to predict Duda's going to go to H1.
H1.
Bring the knight to F2.
Yeah, sure. I agree. It's that way you don't block in your bishop. So knight H1 looks pretty reasonable. Now, what are we going to do, Benjamin, after knight H1? Because every time we go E4, they go F4. Isn't there any way we can do something cool? Yeah, knight E4. I was just going to say that. Because I was like, I'm looking at your king and I'm like, it's a bit weak. Maybe we can take advantage of it and finally do something in the center. You can't take me because, let me figure it out. Bishop takes king H2. There must be something painful there, but maybe just queen D6. I mean, is that it? Is that seriously it? Like, Like we're taking on
Queen,
D4 and Queen D6 ideas. I think that's actually it, isn't it? Yeah.
Queen D6 looks really good, but black is actually a devastating way to break through.
Yeah,
So
we
Queen
just
D6
take
is
on
good.
D4 first and then Queen D6. Yeah, that's the idea. It's just that
Well, black is much better. White can go knight G3, but apparently what's crushing is to go knight takes D4 and bishop takes. I mean, look at these two bishops. Bishop B5 is coming, Queen D6 still. And White's getting absolutely crushed here, but despite being up 2 pieces, because White has no coordination whatsoever.
Yeah, that's beautiful centralization by black's pieces. And the bishops have found their open diagonals. All right.
So let's see what Duda is going to do. So after 94, he should not take the knight. But I guess if he doesn't, then black is going to sack a piece one way or another anyway. So let's say you go here. Apparently black takes. And you just keep the knight here. And white's position is just in shambles because the king can never find safety, I guess. So because of all of that, it's apparently much better to go back to e2. Duda again falling behind on the clock. He's now down 2.5 minutes. But yeah, I mean, Hikaru right now, it looks like he's going to take a 4th game. And that would effectively end the match. He would only need 1 draw tomorrow.
Yeah, which he's probably going to get in the first game. I wonder if he wants to go for a perfect score.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, I think if you play casual 3-0 blitz against Hikaru online, I think after the move King E2 and move 2, he'll probably go King E7. But given the fact that there's at least $25,000 up for grabs here, of course, he just plays normal chess and already has a very good position.
Yeah, he really didn't seem to understand Duda's choice here. He looked very puzzled when all of this happened. All right, so bishop knight e2 happened, rook a d8, bishop d2. Well, I mean, definitely white hasn't really improved the harmony situation, right? He didn't get the open file for the rook. Now the second rank is blocked by a bunch of pieces. So the rook on a2, the rook on g1, like no one really knows exactly what they're doing. I do like the move knight c4 if it can lead us into some sacrifices, Benjamin. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so let's say we go knight c4, white probably takes, so we were captured with the pawn. And black can start thinking about sacking something on the d4 square. So what can white do, right? I mean, I guess especially if you move the knight out of the way, black is just gonna sack here, and it's gonna have a lot of fun. Like queen takes, thing this c3.
Yeah, even the rook
this is
hanging.
just crushing. So white really needs to keep his knight here, but then what is he gonna do, right? Like maybe queen e1 also seems to walk into the line of fire. Maybe like queen c1. The computer is suggesting move king h1, hanging a pawn with a check. Now, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, so I mean, he wants to get the bishop out. He's that desperate.
Can we sack here, or do we just plan the bishop on d3 and try to sack on the next move?
Yeah, I like bishop d3. I mean, it's just improving. I mean, white can barely move anything, actually, in this position. That's the problem. Black has total control, total centralization. And he actually goes for our choice, knight c4. And that makes a lot of sense with where he put his rook, right? So we are on the same page with Hikaru.
Yeah, great move here. And I think it's definitely nice for black to open up the position a little bit. So then he can really take advantage of the fact that all of his pieces are developed. And white still has many pieces that are not in the game. So perhaps, I was going to say maybe Duda shouldn't take, but he takes, Hikaru takes the pawn. And now Duda needs to be extremely careful. If he makes one more mistake, Hikaru is just going to knock him out here.
Yeah. But I think his position is getting ripe for that mistake, Benjamin, because, you know, there are positions that are just that close. I mean, it's already bad enough. And I just think it's hard to keep going. And he can barely move anything. He played a5, bishop a7. And now what?
So a5, bishop a7 on the board. Yeah, it doesn't really change the position too much. Again, if Hikaru can find one way to break through, I think it's just over. Because, again, black has all its pieces into the game. And white is sitting on the last couple of ranks. So let's see what Duda's going to do. He's down to 5.5 minutes. What do you even do? I think, again, you have to move the queen. Because if you don't, I think black is going to sack sooner or later. But I don't see what white's going to do after that.
Yeah, after bishop a7. So what possible moves? I mean, wow. It's such a disgusting looking position, honestly.
Yeah,
I
and
feel
Hikaru's
bad for
bobbing his
Duda.
head.
That's not
And
what
Hikaru's
he. Yeah, that's
sorry, go
not what
ahead.
he wanted. Hikaru looks like so relaxed now. He's just leaning back. And
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, it's like Duda playing this Bon Cloud just to get this position. It's quite sad, right? Because it's not like exactly a fun, out of theory kind of position.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You're here really trying to avoid an immediate knockout, as we said before. And so I don't really understand why you play the move E3. I mean, you just end up in a position like this where you cannot really move anymore, where your king is just kind of stuck on the second rank where it's very weak. Your opponent will be able to grab the center, develop all of his pieces, and you have to make sure you don't lose the game right away.
Yeah, well, it's very tough to play these positions when you're not a computer.
Yeah. Now I'm sure that the computer, like after King E2, would easily crush Hikaru, but yeah, do it as a human. So it's just very tough to play these types of positions. And again, I don't see a good move here for white. Eventually, Hikaru is going to sack something.
Yeah, King H1 to just give up the pawn in order to play Bishop G2. I mean, I guess you can do that.
Yeah.
We probably will take the pawn.
Mm-hmm. All right, and as we speak, Duda getting below 3.5 minutes. Yeah, now down so much time. Okay, he goes Queen E1, and to me, this feels like it's really stepping into the line of fire. So let's start calculating. Let's say we take here, white's going to recapture. Can we... There's the move C3. Attacking the bishop. If the knight takes, you're going to take here. Bishop C1 is forced. And you... I mean, this is just GG. But Hikaru goes Bishop D3 also. Why did he not take? I think this move ends the game. I don't see what Duda is going to do. I mean, maybe you recapture with the E-pawn, but you're really inviting some sort of sacrifice. Like take, we're taking this. And you can do this before. Because now, with the move Bishop D3, Duda has the time to go Queen F2.
Yeah, I wish Hikaru would have calculated that a little bit. Of course, the bishop is good on D3. Hikaru just seems to, he relinquishes the idea of sacking on D4. I mean, I guess he wants to play the other knight to G6 or to D5, but he definitely gave up a good portion of his advantage playing like that. So now, okay, well, fortunately, he's still a lot better, but the D4 square is way better protected. He really is losing the advantage on the board. And now white can go E4, and then after knight F4, bishop F4, bring the knight back to E2. Okay, maybe now we take on D4. Is that the moment? So we still have great squares.
So let's say we take white's going to recapture. But
now we can go with that C3 move, right?
But he can take with the knight.
Knight B4, then it's not as good, yeah, as it used to be.
But we have to move Queen E7, attacking this, and now the white position should collapse, I think. Hikaru goes Queen E7 right away. Aha, so he's preparing the move. Pawn takes D4. Okay, Duda goes Rook E1. Okay, so you can still take with the E pawn. Okay. Then perhaps at some point it's time to go Bishop E8 and C6 to open up the bishop on this diagonal.
Yeah, I feel like Hikaru just saw the edge on the clock and on the board, and he feels that like this game is over psychologically, so he didn't try as hard at those moments. He just thought, okay, it's enough to play a few natural-looking moves, but we're gonna see, if that's enough, or maybe Duda can still crawl back into this game.
Yeah, and Hikaru plays C6. Now he's allowing Duda to play the move E4. Had he captured before, Duda would be forced to take with the E-pawn. But, I mean, E4 weakens your pawn on D4 a little bit. So I don't know if that is what Duda wants to do. And again, if
I guess if you go E4 and Bishop E3, right? Like E4, Bishop E3 seems okay to me.
Yeah, it seems pretty all right. So Bishop E3, you strengthen this pawn over here. Knight B5 will be pretty annoying to deal with because you take the pawn on C3 and put pressure on D4. So white has no easy choices here. And again, that's the problem of playing an opening like the Bon Cloud. It's a lot less fun when you actually play it. Okay, so Duda goes.
It's a lot less fun when you play it than watching people play it, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you see Hikaru speedrun, you're like, oh, I'm gonna play the Bomb Cloud and try to beat all these people. But when you actually play it against someone who knows what to do, you're not gonna have a fun game.
Yeah, so Hikaru needs to find a way to break through now. So what happens on ED? Where do we break through? Do we break through just bishop b8 or knight e3? Like, what's the idea? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just slow roll the attack with bishop b8. Another idea could be to go rook d6 and rook e6 to triple up on the e-file. And I think eventually the weaknesses in the white position are just going to cost him long term. Like queen e6 is going to come. Again, doubling of the rook seems very effective to me. And Hikaru has taken on d4 and Duda recaptured with the knight. Probably the correct decision.
Right. And now he's threatening knight f5. So Hikaru is going to go g6. I think it's pretty much the obvious move, unless he wants to take on d4. And he's definitely better there after bishop d4. What do you think, Benjamin? Bishop d4 and like queen f6. But then white has maybe like f4 ideas, right? So
yeah, why does it is like f4 or maybe rook e4, and it's not that easy for black to take control over the e-file. Also, he can bring his other rook back, so this would perhaps be not too bad for black. So I think it would be a mistake for Hikaru to take the knight because the knight doesn't really run away. So I like the fact that he keeps the knight on the board because he can always trade later or just improve the rooks a little bit. And now it's up to Duda to figure out a plan. Maybe rook b1 to and that's what he does to anticipate this trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a bad position, of course, because of how strong the black knight is on d5, and the white pawns are all on these dark squares, restricting the bishop. So positionally, Hikaru is still doing well. It's just that, you know, there wasn't the knockout blow that we were expecting to see.
Yeah, but I think Hikaru's strategy is to just keep improving the position slowly, keep that edge on the clock. Right now, he has 5 minutes to 1, and eventually Duda's going to crumble. Like, I think that's going to be a strategy. Because how are you supposed to hold this position with less than a minute on the clock?
Yeah, it's like you have all these decisions to make. Should I play e4 or not? And like they all are quite weakening, right? So now you can go like rook e7, maybe double up or rook d7. Bishop b8 to g3 is actually a pretty good option there. Look at that skewer.
Now let's look at
How
bishop
do you even
e8.
defend that?
So I think white is forced to go f4 to stop the bishop from coming in. Now we do have the e4 square for our rook. White can consider to go g5 and pick up this pawn, but again, it actually hangs the pawn on e3 and white's position collapses. But Hikaru goes rook d7. So he either wants to double on the d-file or on the e-file, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's the e-file. And, you know, he just needs to find that bishop b8 move at some point. But he'll play rook e7 now, I'm pretty sure about it.
All right, so let's say rook e7.
Yeah, he'll continue with that. He's already got Duda under a minute, so I think he'll just keep playing sensible moves and attract that rook to e1, and then you can threaten the skewer.
What about this, actually? What if we take on d4 with the idea that if I take with the c pawn, we go c3, and rook e7, attack this pawn, and after e4, we can take... Oh, never mind. White takes with the pawn.
With the pawn, queen's protected.
Yeah. Right, so that sort of defeats black's idea. Okay, so bishop takes d4 is probably not correct, but that's actually what he's gone for, because my idea was that if white takes with the pawn, then you take and you go rook e7, queen f2, and knight f4, and I think Duda's just getting crushed here. Yeah. Because look at this, knight takes h3 is an idea, knight d3, rook e2. If you trade, this doesn't help anything, because you cannot take control over the e-file, because black will trade and the pawn on f3 will hang. Can you go king g2, or is there a direct
let me find. Let me try to find it. Hold on. Let me just find the winning move. Hold on. All right. So if we go rook e3, actually rook e3 looks good. And we'll go for the c3 pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that the pawn on c3 was hanging, and yeah, white's position just collapses. So Duda took and played rook f1, but now still rook e3 seems to just be winning for black, because let's compare the king safety. Black's king is sitting perfectly safe on his g8 square. Well, white's king is wide open. You're always going to have problems with the king. He takes the pawn. Rook e2 is already game over. Rook f2, g5, gg.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he needs to find a small little tactic.
Yeah, but even if you just take this pawn over here, you're completely winning. You're probably winning if you take this pawn over here as well. So he's really spoiled for choice here. But yeah, rook e2 is the most
He played
direct.
rook c3.
Yeah,
Okay.
nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, I didn't see that tricky tactic. Okay, but Duda's down to like 5 seconds. So I think, yeah. Oh, he just wants to go c3, promote the pawn. Yeah, it's a very banal solution. Yeah, but it does the job. Yeah,
And Duda resigns. So Hikaru wins the 4th game as well, taking a 4-0 lead going into tomorrow's match. I mean, yeah, this match is practically over. Hikaru will only need to make one more draw tomorrow. And he looks really confused. He's like, what was that? Why did he play the pawn cloud? And I don't know. We're going to ask him in an interview how he feels about this, but he's probably got mixed feelings about this because it's really odd that Duda all of a sudden decided to play the pawn cloud.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, is he going to feel disrespected by this, or is he just going to think it's more of a reflection of Duda's psychological states? What can I say? I mean, wait, someone predicted that Hikaru was going to win 4-0, right? Remember that, Benjamin?
Yes. Oh, was that you? Oh yeah, no. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that was me. I don't know. It just felt like when Hikaru's on a roll, it's hard to bet against him. Honestly, it was a pretty easy bet for me to take. But I did not expect, Duda to sort of self-destruct like this. What can I say? Hikaru was just so good today. He was just too good. And it is pretty incredible to see him make these like 27, 50 guys look like, they can't even score half a point against him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, his win in the first game was very impressive with the white pieces. Also, his win in the 3rd game. In both games, he showed great opening preparation and just kept up the pressure from there. In the 2nd game, he did a really good job hanging on, and Duda definitely must have, felt bad about that game because he had his chances to win. That would have really changed the match because then the score is 1-1 instead of 2-0. But yeah, if you lose that game, things are getting tough, and especially, losing the 3rd game almost straight out of the opening.
Yeah.
But to me, that didn't seem reason to tilt like this and just lose a 4th game as well.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's take a look. Radjabov Giri. We got Giri ahead in the match by a point. Is Radjabov going to be able to equalize it for the day? Oh, this looks like an interesting position. I have rarely seen like a bishop come to b1 in a position like this. And who is better here? So Radjabov is white. So I guess he can just trade everything and play king f2, and then there's rook b6, right? And then he goes maybe e4. So what happens? So knight takes b1 or something. Okay, sure.
Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, so let's say knight takes b1. Yeah, black is just gonna, let's say, take here and take here, king f2. Yeah. This pawn is weak, but the pawn on c3 is weak as well. So black seems to be holding the balance here. But, all right, so with Radjabov, that's actually what he went for. Apparently, the best way to play would have been to take on b2, to take on b1, and then give a check, force the king away from the center, and then king f2, and then go pawn hunting with rook b7 or rook b6. But let's see. Now the game should be approximately balanced, I would think.
Is that their position on the board? So it all happened, yeah? So rook b3 is happening, and black will just get the c3 pawn. Yeah, white's not going to have an advantage here, unfortunately, for Radjabov. All right, let's move on. We got also Wesley So. How's he doing? Is he keep holding on to his edge in the match, or is Andrejkin going to win a game?
Perhaps Wesley is going to win another game because he's up a pawn. Also, his rook is very active. Maybe rook e... Oh, actually, it was white's move. He just took on the g5. Okay, rook a1. Nice move, attacking the pawn. And I think his idea is that after king b2, he wants to switch his attention to the e pawn because since the king is now on b2, he can no longer defend this one over here. Also, rook e2 is a pretty unpleasant idea. So I think everything is looking really good for Wesley to take another point here.
Yeah, I agree. He's got a bit more time and really not a very promising endgame for white with all these weak pawns. He has the bishop, which, gives him something, but the bishop's kind of restricted by the fact that actually all of black's pawns are on the light squares, right? So it's partially why the bishop is not as effective in this position. And what about Sam Sevian?
Yeah, let's have a quick look. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I think if Wesley wins this game, I mean, we talked about Hikaru's match, right? Hikaru's match is practically over. It's 4-0. But also if Wesley wins this one, he will take a 3-1 lead. And I don't really see Draken coming back from that. But let's have a look at Savian, yeah? Okay, so Savian is playing with the black piece, and Savian seems to be having a great position. He's also up 5 minutes on the clock. Rook d7, e5, and f6, and I think white's structure collapses.
Wow, very unbalanced position, right? Like, I guess normally the center pawns are better than the queenside pawns, but in this position, black's knights actually make a huge difference. Like, they're beautiful. White's knights are passive on the back rank. I mean, white's coordination is not good. If you can like give white nice coordination, then maybe their center pawns would actually, give them something. But in this position with no support from their pieces, the pawns are not able to be that powerful. And yeah, black can start by breaking them up. I mean, I don't think white can even hold on to them so easily. So after e5, f6, rook e3, right? How do we win that pawn? Is it just knight c6 somewhere, Benjamin? I think so.
Right, yeah, I mean, after e5, yeah, I don't really see how you're holding this together. And after rook e3...
Rook e3, pawn takes, and yeah, there's multiple moves, right? There's knight c6, there's knight d5.
d5. Yeah, black's knights are just so jumpy, and eventually, like, maybe take and a check. It's not 100% clear yet how he's going to win the pawn, but Nihal seems to be thinking here. So I think Savian has great chances to win this game as well. He's now up 5 minutes on the clock and has a great position. I mean, what a comeback would that be, right? I mean, he initially got knocked out, and he makes it through to the round of the final 8 because Levon withdrew. And it seems like now he has great chances of making it through to the final 4, and that's a big change in prize money.
Yeah, well, we're I mean, I'm certainly not rooting against Sam. One of the top young American players who just recently made 2,700. I mean, he's been working hard at chess for a long time. He was, basically a chess prodigy. We've known about Sam for years and years. And sometimes when someone's been around for so long, you forget that they're actually still very young. Like, he's only like 20 years old, right? I think. And
yeah, he's 21. Yeah, he's very young.
Oh, 21 now. Okay. Right. But I mean, he finally made it to 2,700 after being stuck in like the 2640 range for a very long time. So he's definitely working on his game, and it's great to see him doing well.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's see how he will finish this game off. In the meantime, we let's have a look. Wesley has won another game. He just played the move b4, and this a pawn is gonna run down the board. And yeah, Wesley takes a 3-1 lead going into tomorrow. To be honest, I don't really see Draken coming back from this. What about you?
No, Wesley's a very good rapid player. So yeah, 3-1 lead is quite convincing for Wesley, and I do think he's also a very solid player, so it's not easy to just get those 2 games off of him. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Let's get back to Savian.
Right, so let's see how Savian is doing. All right, so they just traded the pawns on e5. Nihal doing a good job of trying to complicate this game. Also wanted to update you guys real quick. So this game between Rajabov and Anish is probably going to end in a draw. But yeah, let's go back to Savian's game. Okay, so let's see what is going to happen. Maybe.
Yeah, first I was going to say, well, Black's beautiful pawns disappeared, but that's because White paid a price for them. They gave up their knights to activate those rooks, which makes some sense because those pawns were really, really strong, and they were totally clamping down on White's pieces.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's see what is going to happen. King of 7, perhaps. Savian taking his time. Yeah, right now there doesn't seem to be an easy way to get rid of the pawns on e5 and d6.
So king of 7 is a good start, right? Maybe you can even bring that king up to d5. I can see that happening, but okay. Rook there. Does he want to put a knight on e6? No.
His idea is to go rook b7 to attack this pawn over here. That would give him a passed a pawn. How does White defend? Rook e2 is kind of passive.
Probably got to do that. I mean, doesn't seem to be like much choice about that. And he definitely has him under big pressure on the clock, which, is just tough for White.
Oh, and we're getting word that Hikaru is here, so let's bring him in for an interview.
Hello, you guys.
Hey,
Hey, Hikaru, how's it
Hikaru.
going?
Good. How about yourself?
Good.
We're pretty
Congratulations
happy.
on. Oh, yeah. Congratulations on a 4-0 victory today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good. Obviously, it's somewhat unexpected, but at the end of the day, when you don't have to play classical chess and waste all your ideas, sometimes they come in handy in rapid chess.
Okay, awesome. And how do you feel about him playing the Bon Cloud in the fourth game? Like, I saw you looking a little bit confused. Do you think he initially mouse slipped with the move E3?
No, I don't think he did. I think he just decided to do it because I mean the problem is when he played E3, I wasn't sure if it was a mouse slip or not because like initially I thought I'd play E6, then E4, E5, and we get back into what something normal. But on the other hand, I mean there's a lot of money on the line. I don't really want to have any drama tomorrow, so I just played E5, and I think he was intending to play King E2. He did not have the reaction of someone who had just made a mouse slip. And yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, I just played sensible moves. I mean, maybe at some point he was okay, apparently, but I mean, I thought for a human it was too much to figure out.
What do you think about that decision psychologically, Hikaru, right? Like it's not exactly what you were expecting, this E3, King E2. Like what do you think that says about his
Well, I mean, I think he was just sort of shocked. I mean, again, I am a full-time streamer, as I've said before, but at the end of the day, I kind of did at least take some time out to prepare for that silly tournament called the Candidates. And there were definitely ideas that I did not use in that event. And it's kind of funny because Fabiano arrived today, so Fabiano is here now, and after the game, after this fourth game, I asked him if he'd looked at this idea. He's like, yeah, of course I've looked at this whole A5 knight H4 thing that I played. So it wasn't really new, but I think Duda wasn't really ready for it. So yeah, it definitely surprised him.
Right.
Apparently,
and we heard
he played that himself as white, right?
No, he had a game as black, I think, before knight H4. Or at least he had some game right here before knight H4 where he was black against Grandelius, where Grandelius played bishop A3. But again, like Bishop A3 is not the best move, and Knight H4 is something that I had prepared many months ago, obviously. And I mean, frankly, both games were things that I would have played against him in the candidates, except he played the Nightorf against me. So yeah, it was really good. All the prep worked out, and it was just a very, very smooth day.
Okay, awesome. And was it also all your preparation in the first game in the Petrov?
Yeah, of course, obviously. I was going to play that in the candidates against him in round 9 or 10 or whatever it was. Like I would have done that against him there, but he played the Nightorf, like I said. And so I had this idea, and of course I had a few others as well, but it was just something to use. And yeah, it worked out perfectly.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the second game where you seem to be under some pressure, but he wasn't quite able to crack through, and you managed to turn the tables into time scrambles?
Yeah, I mean, the second game obviously was very complicated. I sort of, for some reason, I had this extra pawn, but he got this big attack on the king's side. And at some point, I was just trying to defend. And I mean, I probably was losing. I mean, I must have been losing at some point. Of course, I haven't looked at the game yet. But I just kept trying to hang in there. And eventually, when we started getting really low on time, he made a couple of mistakes. I mean, I probably did too, but it was just very choppy. And when I won that game, I mean, essentially, I think the match was pretty much over at that point.
What's going to be your approach tomorrow, Hikaru, for the fifth game? Are you going to just play normally, try to win another game, maybe make it 5-0, or something else?
Well, I mean, we don't play all the games, to be clear. If a match is over, you don't keep playing. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. There's no reason to be silly. So probably I'll do something normal. But again, we'll see. I haven't really thought about it yet. I'm just going to try to play good chess, and we'll see.
Okay, awesome. And I just wanted to ask you real quick, like after that second game, could you tell from his reaction or his impressions that he was clearly dejected? Was there something something like that?
I mean, obviously he was dejected. I mean, he should have probably won that game, but it's like go all the way from probably winning to losing that, and then having black in round 3. And of course, very unfortunately for him, like he decided not to play the Petrov. He switched it up and played a different played the Berlin, which of course I was also ready for. And I think it was too much for him to overcome. And yeah, it was just a very, very tough game for him, or tough day for him. And yeah, I'm very happy, obviously.
Well, that's awesome, Hikaru. Yeah, we just enjoyed watching that, especially it was a lot of fun to see you win that second game because we know that was such a tough position.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just kept trying to hang in there, and I felt like if we got really low on time, I'd have a good chance. I mean, honestly, I feel like in this event, if it gets down to like 10 seconds or less, I mean, I think there's definitely one player who I think could keep up with me in such a situation. Although he is losing his match to Sebian today, and maybe on Draken as well. But I feel like outside of Nihal and Mitri, If I get it to like 10 seconds or less against anybody else in a position where it's not like I'm not completely lost or there aren't obvious moves, I expect to win. So that's why I just kept trying to hang in there. And then at the end, Duda made the last mistake.
Are you surprised to see Sevian winning against Nihal? I mean, because he actually seems like much better than him on the clock as well, like in some of these games.
I mean, I said it in a podcast with Fabiano. I think when I look at the juniors from the U.S., I feel like Sevian, he's someone who's very like quietly creeping up. He had a pretty good U.S. championship overall. I mean, he lost the game to Hans obviously at the end, but he's been quietly creeping up, and so I'm not that surprised to see him playing well and beating Nihal. At the end of the day, I think he is higher rated as well. So I think a lot of people have kind of slept on Sevian for some time just because he hasn't had like the same trajectory as like a Zhang, for example. But I think he's very promising, and I'm not surprised at all to see him doing so well here.
Okay, that's awesome. And I just wanted to ask you real quick. Of course, you've played a lot of Blitz. You've also been tilted, but can you explain what goes through your mind when people decide to play the Bon Cloud?
I mean, I was happy to see it. I mean, I was like, I'm happy, but I'm also disappointed because like I'm happy to see it because obviously there's a lot of money on the line, and you're trying to get through to semifinals without expending all that much energy if you can. So it's like I'm happy to see it, but on the other hand, it's disappointing too because like it's hard not to feel bad for Duda, honestly, because like I mean, he's just playing against a mere streamer and myself, but then he's like getting blown off the board out of the opening as though like I'm like Fabiano or somebody, which of course I'm not, but. So I mean, it's like I'm happy. I'm also unhappy. It's just kind of in between.
But Hikaru, that sounded like a little bit of compassion for Duda. Now your audience was assuring me that you have no feelings of like compassion for your opponents. Can you comment on that?
Well, I mean, of course, I feel bad for Duda. Like, I mean, he's trying to compete, and basically in like the span of 2 hours, like he travels all this way for the tournament. And it's like he's suddenly like completely out, like he's just going to lose the match. I mean, it's of course I feel bad for him. I mean, he's a very nice guy, so I mean, I'm happy as well to win, but yeah, of course I feel bad for him. That's like I don't know why anyone would think differently.
Yeah, all right.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, like as I was winning towards the end of the game, like I didn't, I'm happy to win, but it's not a great feeling when someone completely tilts off the face of the earth and just loses for no real reason.
Right. So I just wanted to ask you, what do you think went through his mind as he played the Bon Cloud?
Well, I mean, I think he was already just completely distraught. It's funny because I've always done well against Duda, and I remember actually this was in 2019 before the world changed and before I quit playing chess. But I played I played Duda in the rapid portion maybe. It was in, I believe, Moscow, the World Rapid and Blitz. We played some like dragon type line. I think I won the game. And I don't remember if it was before or after, but one of the guys who's now, I think, a FIDE vice president, this guy like Lucas Turge or Tarle or whatever it is, he's a very prominent guy in the Polish chess scene. And I remember him saying to me, he's like, keep doing great, but just please don't beat Duda. And so it's just kind of funny because that's gotten stuck in my head. But yeah, I just seem to do well against Duda. I don't really know why, but I've traditionally had great results. It was not Target. It was like Lucas Turle or something, whatever it was. I don't know.
Okay, very nice. And also this event is FIDE rapid rating. What are your thoughts about that? And you're also now rated number 2 in the world, right behind Magnus.
Well, I mean, first of all, I obviously don't care. It's all about winning the match. But secondly, on a more serious note, I am a little bit surprised that it's being rated. To me, it seems kind of questionable. To rate this for FIDE ratings. I feel like if anything, it's almost like it's a way of being a little bit elitist and trying to avoid people doing silly things like the Bon Cloud or other openings. If I'm being frank, I feel like it's a way of trying to say, well, your rating's on the line, so don't play stupid meme openings. Don't play like H3, H4, like any A4 or the Bon Cloud or anything, because you're going to lose like 7 rating points if your opponent is serious. Or 10 or whatever it is. So in a way, like I don't like it. It seems a little bit questionable to me to rate this, even though obviously it's benefiting me. So I'm kind of mixed on it.
Right, but there's honestly no reason.
Close. Oh, I'm sorry, Benji. You're getting really close to Carlson in the ratings. It's just 3-point difference now.
Okay.
Yeah, just pointing that out. Hikaru,
I mean, again, like who cares? I mean, it's just a rating, like big deal.
Hikaru, if the audience is curious, do you listen to music while you're playing? Is there some kind of playlist?
Yeah, so obviously I wasn't going to listen to my playlist that I'm listening to when I stream, but yeah, basically I was listening to I think I was listening to. I think the album was Shatter Me. It's Lindsey Sterling. It's like violin basically. So I just would basically go through from like I would go through the songs from like 1 to 10, stop it, then start over from 1 at the beginning of the next game. So that's what I was listening to.
Right, and you said that you said I obviously didn't listen to my playlist on stream. Why not that one?
Well, because the problem is like you need something that's always calm, and you're not allowed to like change the song during the game. So like if, for example, I'm playing it and I don't know, you get something like I don't know, Gangster's Paradise or something, which is going to completely not be the mood that I want. I'm not allowed to change it. So like if I'm streaming, I can obviously just hit the next button forward to the next song, but I can't do that. You can't do that during this event. You have to like you're not allowed to like go to Spotify during the game. So I just thought I'd play something simple that would not, I wouldn't end up in a situation where there's some song that I don't want to hear. Something like Ocean Man, Ocean Man is another song where it's like, it's a great song if I'm doing well or I'm winning in the game, but if it's like very complicated or something, I don't want that playing.
Right.
So that's why I wasn't using my regular playlist.
Are you allowed to pause it though during the game?
No, well, they said you're not allowed to.
Okay,
they
so
said
you start the music and you're not allowed to touch it at all.
You're basically, you have to be. It's just the one browser of the chess.com game, and that's it. So that's what they said. I mean, but yeah, at the end of the day, like with those sort of rules in mind, it's like you don't want to have something come on that's like going to ruin the mood.
Do you know what the other players are doing with the music? Is anyone else listening?
I don't really. Well, everybody has to listen to music. This is it's just required. I don't know what everybody is listening to. And you're not allowed to take off the headset primarily because it's a very small space. Now, of course, I don't know if you can hear or not hear, but there are concerns that like if you took off the headphones completely during your game, you might be able to hear like commentary from one of the other rooms. So you're not allowed to. That's also why you have to play music when you have the headset on.
Oh, you have to play music.
Yes, you have to play. Yes, you have. That's what they said in the players' meeting. Maybe they changed something in the last 24 hours, but as they told me then, you have to play music. You're not allowed to just have you're not allowed to just have the headphones on and just be like listening to like the pink noise or white noise or whatever you call it, and not have music playing. You have to play music. That's what they told me. But again, maybe it changed in the last 24 hours.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that because I personally like keeping my headphones on so I can hear the board sounds, and I feel like I'm a little more plugged in. And I don't really like playing music when I really want to focus, to be honest. But okay, if that's what they decided on.
That's what they said yesterday. I don't know. Maybe they changed something in the last 24 hours, but as far as I understand, you're not allowed to. So, I mean, you have to listen to music. You're not allowed to just put the headphones on and just like have the pink noise coming through.
That is really surprising because I mean, it must be an adjustment for the players who are not used to listening to.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what I wasn't sure of. I mean, the only comparable events are obviously the Meltwater events, like in Miami and the upcoming one in San Francisco. Like, I know Magnus was listening to music, but I don't know if players were required to listen to music or not. I'm not sure on that. So yeah, it's a little bit odd. On the other hand, it's a serious event, and I mean, if you're worried about like someone just takes off the headphones and here's like some commentary, that could be an issue. The only thing that I don't like personally is that you have to have two sets. Like you have to have the ones that go in your ear, and anybody who's watching like the official broadcast, they'll probably notice a couple times where like I touch the big headphones. So it's like I touch the big headphones to basically like keep the little ones that are inside from falling out of my ears. So that's the only thing I didn't like, because like the little tiny, basically you have the music play through the little tiny ones, and you have like the big headset which pumps like pink noise. But it's like there were a lot of times when either my ear gets itchy or it's like they want to fall out of my ears. So if people were watching the broadcast, they would have noticed that like I put my hands on the big headsets quite a few times. So that's the only thing I didn't like. I would have preferred just have music out of like the big headphones, but it's what it is.
Right. And yeah, obviously a great day of chess for you. I mean, you won 4 games. I mean, nothing more you can ask for, obviously. What are gonna be your plans for this evening?
I mean, I'm obviously going to do a recap shortly because, I have to focus on my real job. So I'll be doing a recap, and after that, I don't know, maybe I'll go out for dinner later. I don't really know. I'm just here to play chess, have some fun. Of course, I was in Toronto 2 weeks ago, so I have some idea of where things are, but just keep it chill and have fun.
Hikaru, are you happy that Levy is trapped commentating and your recap is probably going to go up first today?
Oh, absolutely. It's great. It's great to be the first one out with a recap. So yeah, I'm gonna get to it.
Sounds good. How's the atmosphere in the tournament, Hikaru? I mean, you really enjoyed the Fisher Random atmosphere. How do you feel about it here?
I mean, the atmosphere is good. There's a lot of security, obviously. So you take it all in stride. But it's a good event. It's gone well so far, and I mean, it's just good that most likely, barring some huge mishap tomorrow, I'll make the semifinals. And just try to keep on keeping on, as we say.
Okay, awesome. I see Gameter just uploaded the recap already, so yeah, good luck with getting the first recap. But yeah,
that doesn't matter. There are 3 channels that do recaps, the big recaps. We know what those 3 channels are. So let's leave it at that.
Okay, I see. I was kidding. He doesn't have a recap up already, but
yeah. So anyway, but yeah, I'll probably do that, and yeah, just relax and just take it in stride.
Okay, awesome.
Sounds good, Hikaru. So, well, we're going to wish you good luck tomorrow. We're going to be here tomorrow watching you. So we'll see you then.
See you guys soon. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one, Hikaru.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was fun to have Hikaru here, hear his thoughts. It's always, it's always funny when he, refers to his real job and, himself as just a streamer. Yes, it was always quite funny like that, because he's such a strong player and he's maintained that level, despite, going over to streaming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, he makes money from making recaps, but I feel like in this event he's gonna make at least like 10 times the money he would make from recaps. But of course, he wants for his recaps to be up as quickly as possible. So let's have a quick look, right? So things are looking really good for Hikaru. He has a 4-0 lead over Jan Krzysztof Duda after the first game. Wesley So has a 3-1 lead against Draken, and to be honest, I don't really see Draken turning things around. Then Anish Giri has a 1-point lead over Taimur Rajabov. Things looking good for Anish, but still lots of things that can happen tomorrow. And Samuel Savian has a 1-point lead over Nihal Sarin. So, Irina, what do you expect for tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I pretty much agree with you. I still think the match Giri Rajabov is still up in the air. I can see Rajabov making a comeback. I think it's quite close. And Nihal Savian. So how did Savian do in that last game? Are you saying that was a draw, or how did that finish up? Oh, wow. So he actually didn't win that game.
That's
pretty big.
Yeah, so that's a really important save for Nihal that definitely keeps him in the match. So let's see where things went wrong for Savian, because when we looked around here, we thought he was just on his way to win the match, right? He's up 3 minutes on the clock and up a piece. Of course, these 2 pawns are still very tough to deal with, but he took the pawn on b2. This allowed Nihal to play e6, and apparently he should have taken the pawn. Things get very tricky because white goes perhaps maybe d7, but you should be able to stop the pawns, because if white takes and gives a check, the d8 square is covered and your rook is protected as well. So maybe that's where he made a mistake. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe rook c6 is what bothered him. But he played rook to b8. Now Nihal went knight to d4. Rook bd8. Okay, things still looking good. Okay, he takes. But this is apparently a big mistake, because now Nihal goes rook a7, attacking the knight, and with knight f5, he got enough counterplay to, or I don't know, but that's really where things turn around, and he was able to save the game.
Yeah, well, that's actually a big save for Nihal, and I think that match is also totally open. So yes, 3-1 is already quite significant from Wesley, but I think the games that are just separated by 1 point are very much anything is possible in the next 4 games. I mean, we saw Anna Muzichuk, she had 1 game in which to equalize the score. That was a must-win for her in her previous, in her quarterfinals match against Humpy Cunero, and she did it. So obviously these guys who have 4 games to come back from a 1-point disadvantage, it's very much doable. And I can say, today we did get some insight into Hikaru's thinking, right? I think I kind of took some arrows for asking that question, because he was like, Irina, how are you asking me that? Like, of course I've got compassion. But I was really convinced by you guys in the chat. You were like, no, he doesn't feel bad for his opponents. He just wants to win. But you see, it's not exactly it. Yeah, he did feel some compassion for for how Jan Kristoff was faring today. That's very, natural in my opinion. I think chess players know what it's like to be on the other side, on the receiving end of a bad day. And it is actually very natural to feel, some compassion for your opponent.
Yeah, I'm sure he feels some compassion, but I think the overriding emotion is really just he's just happy to win the games, right? And take a 4-0 lead. Like you said, there's a lot of money on the line, also a lot of glory or whatever you want to call it, prestige, because yeah, this is the first Chess.com Global Championship. If he wins, you can sort of argue that you're the best online rapid player in the world. So, of course, he's happy to win. And yeah, again, what more could we have asked for than a 4-0 lead after the first day?
No, it can't be better than that. Just Hikaru doing his thing and, weaving his magic with those seconds on the clock in the second game to save the bad position. I mean, that was a lot of fun to see. That was probably the most fun game, wasn't it, Benjamin, to see, could he pull that out? I mean, we were just watching it happen right before our very eyes, how it just went from totally losing to unclear to like little better to winning. I mean, he just really wove some magic in that game. So we're going to be back tomorrow, guys. And I guess we're going to sign off here. I guess we've had a good day, 4-0, and we'll see what Hikaru comes up with tomorrow. I think it's only going to take one game.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, so we're going to call it a day. Like I said, that second game was really critical because it was the difference between 1-1 or a 2-0 lead. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we hope you guys tune in tomorrow, same place, same time. Let's see if Hikaru, I mean, he's probably going to make it through. And then after that, the semis. But for now, we're going to call it a day. And we're going to send the raid over to Jeffrey Zhang. So make sure to follow him. We don't have a lot of 2700 GMs streaming. So make sure to show him some support. And we will see you guys tomorrow.